Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Now, because people cannot fully, freely, and frankly discuss a lot of the issues that confront our society.
Do you think there's any way back for the academy as it is currently? And it's, the Ivy League, will it exist 100 years from now? Will it have the same status? Can it revive itself?
This is a very complex question. And the people I know, the people on the right, discuss it all the time. I really have to say that I just have not reached any firm conclusion on this. I do think there's hope for our nation because there are a lot of people who are thoughtful, who believe in, the right to free speech and free thought, who are very traditional liberals in that respect. Those people do exist, although they don't always speak up for obvious reasons. But there are precious few left in the academy, and certainly the young people coming up and coming through are very unlikely to believe in those precepts, in part because they get weeded out, and in part because they're the product of many, many years of, one-sided, tendentious propaganda in their education. So they're just basically ignorant. So, what do we do about that? Academia is this closed system. It's protected by this carapace of, sort of self-perpetuation. That's how academic institutions work. I think there is a glimmer of hope if the following things happen. First of all, Republican politicians have to really start paying attention to higher education as the seedbed for all of these far left ideas that are infiltrating our society. We need to get their attention, and that hasn't really happened yet. Second, Republicans
it's happening now.
Seize, Congress, the Senate. They need to come into power so that they'll be in a position to do something about it. Third, they need to think very hard about what they can do. I think the main avenue, both for public and private reform of universities, is money. Money is the lifeblood of these institutions. They have tons of private money. Now I'm talking about private universities like the Ivies. But they also feed at the trough of the federal government to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars for grants, for support, for programs. If a Republican administration, let's say a DeSantis administration, said, we are going to place additional conditions on receiving these federal funds, perhaps in a way like Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which requires non-discrimination as a condition for receiving federal funds, perhaps non-viewpoint discrimination, adhering to First Amendment requirements, reducing the number of diversity bureaucrats. They're also...
See, this is the weirdest thing. And it's kind of funny. It's like, I was looking at something yesterday. It might have been Augustus Corbett talking about fighting racism is racist. That's basically where the discourse is. And I get a lot of that on this channel. If I point out racism or someone who is a racist, then I'm the racist. Like acknowledging that race exists will make you racist in this MAGA post reality. So essentially, when she says viewpoint discrimination, like if someone says that's a stupid idea or that's a racist idea, I don't want to hear it. That's what they want to call viewpoint discrimination. Essentially, and it happens almost every show these days. If someone comes up and says something stupid, I'm supposed to let them talk, or it's viewpoint discrimination. That's where we're going with this. This is essentially, and now I kind of understand it, this viewpoint discrimination bullshit, that is right woke. That's right-wing wokeness. I can't call your idea stupid, therefore, that's woke. That's like right-wing woke. It's ridiculous. And essentially, what the right wants is to act like what they say the left is acting like.
Sorts of conditions that could be placed on the receipt of federal funds that I think could potentially have a positive effect.
So to receive federal funds, I have to accept a fucking racist like you? Really? So now racists want civil rights. That's essentially what she's saying.
So that would kind of be the place where I would look, because I doubt that the IVs are going to reform themselves from within.
You are here
as
just
to their
in time.
Prestige, will they still be as powerful as they are today?
You are here just in time to hear me talk about the civil rights of racists. I think I dropped the link if you want to come up. As a matter of fact, do come up. We can chat about pretty much anything you want, because your last stream here was fairly interesting. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I am not a fan of the manosphere. I think the manosphere is full of women or men. It's funny how people in the manosphere will talk about the feminization of men while being feminine. Okay, and you know what? I don't think that people complaining is particularly feminine. You know, there's a difference between complaining and whining, but I don't think I don't think they've figured out the difference. So up to you. If you want to hit the link, that's great. Yeah, viewpoint. Now, this video is 2 years old. Amy Wax is someone that I've been kind of following for probably about 5 years. And she calls herself a race realist, which basically means that she thinks that there is a biological difference to the point between the races, that, you know, some of the problems in the Black community, in the inner city folks of the Black community, a lot of the problems are biological. Like, it's biological that people want to wear saggy pants and listen to rap music, apparently. But well, excuse me, let me get some water here. The problem is she's got an MD from Harvard, and I think it's just crazy for her not to understand that literally race was invented. You know, people want to say it's a social construct, but it actually is. And how, most black, and I call us legacy black Americans that have actual deep roots in American history. Most black Americans have somewhere like a right around 20% European heritage. So how can you actually say someone is black? Okay, most black Americans are actually, if you take a look at the genetics, they are mixed race. So, saying that, all these people are one way, they got European heritage. How do you explain that part of it? So, this mixed genetic heritage just doesn't work out if you want to draw strict racist lines. Who is actually black? If you look at the Black American demographic, people are going to have varying degrees of European heritage, African heritage, and probably a bunch of other types of heritages. What is black? You're going to have to define what black is if you want to make a genetic argument. And these thresholds, there are no hard bright lines when you start looking at genetics. So these race realists are fooling themselves, and there are a lot of people who are buying their arguments, like Jay from yesterday. He comes up here, and I'm going to play this video at some point, but Jay comes up here basically saying, you're going to love this, sis. This young black man comes up to the panel, and he basically starts, his argument is that blacks in America should owe a debt of gratitude to white people because they freed us from slavery. So I should be grateful to the average white guy because we don't have slavery in 2025. And after going back and forth, because of course my attitude is I don't know white people shit. It turns out that he got this idea from listening to right wing YouTube shows. So this dude literally is listening to white racists talk about black people being grateful because we're not slaves, and he bought into it. So I was like, really? So I was just shocked. What's up, CK?
What's going on, Stanley? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Keep talking. I got a text I got to deal with, but I'm listening.
No, I was just saying, can you hear me? It's storming real bad. I'm driving through this rain.
Really? Sis, hit the link, ma'am. We're not going to bite. I promise. You'll have a good time up here. And I know you're probably working out or something, so if you can't, that's fine. But look, like I said, if you come up to my panel, there won't be a whole lot of manosphere bullshit up here because I don't tolerate it. Now, we will have a substantive conversation. There may be some terse words and, some pithy comments because I like one-liners. But you can hang with the folks up here. At least on my panels, we're generally straight shooters, but there's not going to be a whole lot of, women need to be subservient bullshit up here because I think that's just medieval. I mean, I think women should respect their husbands and husbands should respect their wives and all that stuff. But, I don't need you. This isn't All in the Family where the first thing I come home and the first thing I say to my wife is, Edith, get me a beer. I've never been that sort of person. And you know what? I didn't grow up in that sort of household. I'm sure my mother would do it if asked nicely. But, this wasn't, hi, Archie, Edith, get me a beer. We don't have that kind of manosphere up here. No problem, sis. Just you. Anytime you want to come up, you are welcome. So what's going on, CK? I'm thinking about actually replaying that video with Jay. What do you think?
Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be cool.
Yeah, since sis is here, she ought to hear this. I'd be curious to know what her reaction is. Let's see. I need to find it.
Stanley, I still think he, the guy is trolling.
Oh, I don't know. He sounded well. This is why I don't think he's trolling, because I happened to Be Brave started up a show, and I happened to see that Jay was on the panel, so I tuned in. And you know what? He wasn't talking a whole lot of shit. I think he literally told Be Brave that, I told him, hey, you need to read some actual black conservatives, or at least substantive black conservatives. He didn't talk a whole lot of shit. So I think he's sincere. Now, young people better than I do. I'm old man. I'm old man Stan, and I might be easily fooled. So I will basically accept your analysis. I just hope you're wrong. So, sis and audience, this is the video. It's me, Jay, and CKJ3. And it gets a little heated up here, but it ends well, which is how you always want it to end.
All this discussion around, we got to do stuff like close the racial wealth gap.
And by the way, I was watching this like an urban conference or something like that. They're talking about the black community. This is a Brookings Institute think tank sort of conference. And it was actually, excuse me, it was actually pretty productive for this sort of thing. I'm not usually into conferences and people sitting down and, talking about, stuff that really doesn't matter. But I have to give these folks credit. It actually was substantive. And, if you're into community activism and that sort of stuff, you probably get a couple good contacts from actually even watching this on YouTube. Brookings Institute, very reputable. It's a center-left think tank. They're the ones who made the success sequence famous. Finish high school, get married, have kids after you're married, that sort of thing. You have a better chance of having or making it into the middle class. The success sequence is actually fairly famous, at least in the think tank world. But anyway, that's what we were watching. And then, Jay came up and we kind of went in a different direction.
And I remember just hit me like a bag of rocks. Wealth is created by owning assets that generate revenue, that appreciate over time, that in theory might even have tax advantages. So if you're going to close the racial wealth gap, you got to help more people of color own commercial property. Brookings Research, Tracy Lowe, Andre Perry, 81% of commercial property is owned by 1% of the population. And whether it's assets, could be homes and businesses, it's commercial real estate. So we now own 6 shopping centers in Chicago.
Hello.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. I'm not a fan of. You'll almost never hear me talk about either of those guys.
Yeah, I give it to you, man. But I feel like a lot of the divisiveness comes from people that look like me, which is unfortunately the black people, because every time, I'm even in my family, or whether it's like, online or on TikTok, it's just like all this racial.
Oh, by the way, there's something up with his microphone. It sounds like burping noises, but it's some sort of interference with his microphone, and I think it goes away eventually.
So division, I feel like, comes from a majority of black people because they're always playing victim. They're always bringing up the past. They're always, being divisive, and it's just like white people aren't doing it. I mean, some of them are. Don't get me wrong.
Let me. How into American history are you?
I mean, I know my American history. I love it.
Okay, well then you know that white people have been doing it for centuries in America. So that black people are the only ones being racially divisive, I think that's easily disproven. The other thing the other thing that I personally don't do is I don't even have a TikTok or I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it, for information or anything like that. So I think sometimes
I'm
going. Whoa! I'm going to finish, and then you go. I think sometimes that people kind of get a magnified or skewed view of reality if you're only looking at social media. And as far as proving, I mean, American history. Hey, sis. How you doing? You're on mute. Welcome aboard.
Hey y'all, what's up? My service is a little iffy. It's kind of storming a little bit, so don't mind me if I'm a little choppy. But what's up, everybody? How are y'all doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. CKJ, this is the sis that don't miss. I've talked about her before.
How you doing?
Hello, I am well. How are you guys? Y'all a little quiet up here.
No, I'm looking at a text. But no, I'm doing fine. This is I'm a real road warrior today. I did a 12-hour stream, and I guess I started up another one because I'm bored. I'm down in Savannah, Georgia, my hometown, and I kind of being away from home. The stuff that I would usually do around the house, I don't have to do. So, just kind of hanging out. My son's off doing whatever 19-year-olds do. And I'm just here alone in my grandmother's old house. And you're my only friends, and I'm bored. So I'll just do a show.
Look, we'll take it. We'll take it.
But I figured, I would just rewatch this because I actually need to premiere it on my channel. But it was a really interesting conversation. It turned out fairly well. It's a little long, but it was fascinating because this kid comes up here and finally it just dawned on me, like, where are you getting all this stuff? Who on the right are you listening to? And it turned out he's listening to, and I don't know how, I talk a lot of politics and culture here. So, not everybody's into politics, but, I asked him, well, who on the right, which black conservatives are you listening to who are telling you need to be thankful to white people because we're not enslaved anymore? And it turns out it was Officer Tatum and the Hodge twins. And I just started laughing. I'm like, what? No wonder you're fucked up. If you're going to be a black conservative, here's some black conservatives you need to be reading and listening to because, I may not agree with their political points of view or even, their kind of points of view philosophically, but at least they read books and they can kind of like make a cogent argument. So, hopefully he'll go off and do a little bit more research and stop. I mean, you're not going to learn American history from watching YouTube videos. YouTube videos are really more for follow-up. like, hey, I read this book. Here's a video on the topic. Let's see if I can pick up some more points, or maybe they'll mention another book, or, another way of thinking about it. But your primary vehicle for learning stuff should not be YouTube. So,
Absolutely.
So we'll get back into the video, and feel free to stop me at any point, because I'll probably stop a lot and make comments along the way too. History is literally chock full of white people being racial.
Well, first off, I mean, I never said you was on TikTok. I was just making a general statement.
No, I didn't say you did. You mentioned it. I'm saying if you are getting the racial division and all that stuff from TikTok, I'm saying you're getting a skewed version of reality. I didn't say I was on it. I said if you are getting your news or information solely from social media, you're getting a skewed perspective.
Yeah, but I think the problem is black people blame whites too much, and they blame them a lot that they don't even want to fix the issues in their own community, like black on black crime. I mean, high blood pressure,
Okay, well,
diabetes.
That's an interesting point. Now, tell me how black people can solve crime.
Well, first they can solve crime by asking for more police instead of trying to be stupid and defund the police. Because a lot of people was trying to do that in 2020. This is 2025. Defund the police died a few years ago. As a matter of fact, defund the police died when Joe Biden came into office, because he was not into defund the police. So it's been defund the police pretty much died in 2020. So that's 5 years ago. And also hold these rappers and these bad influences accountable, because it's clearly not as a good influence as it was back in the day. Because a lot of people look up to Sexy Red, they look up to Lil Durk, they look up to Chief Keef, these degenerates, these incels to society. And then when you do that,
that's an interesting point. Now, do you expect Sexy Red to stop doing what she's doing?
Absolutely.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So you expect her to give up her livelihood?
I'm saying she needs to change her image, because a lot of young black people, especially my age, are looking up to that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you blame Sexy Red for these kids looking up to her, or do you blame the parents?
I blame both, the parents and Sexy Red.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. I would tend to blame the parents. And as a parent of a 19-year-old, I was actually very aware of what my son listened to, the social media and all that. I mean, I really never censored it. I just kind of let him know what the expectations were. And every now and again, I'd go back and spot check. But I personally think that Sexy Red should be as sexy and as red as she wants to be. It's up to the parents to decide who that child gets exposed to. And I know you can't do it 100% of the time. But one of the things I caught a lot of guff from my son, he didn't get a phone until he was in high school.
Well, I did too. I can relate.
He had fairly limited access to the internet. Like, for instance, I can't recall, he didn't have a computer in his room. So, I mean, if he needed to use the internet, he either used it at school, or he had one of those Chromebooks that kids bring home from school. And the Chromebook actually had the security protocols. The school, has its own security protocols. And anything I needed to do on my end from the router, I know how to get in the router and, clamp down, the types of websites he doesn't need to be on. But that's me as a parent. And I kind of know computers. I can't expect every parent to be able to do that. But the bottom line is I am a huge proponent of parents uber alles. I'm not going to blame Sexy Red. I'm going to blame the parent who lets the kids play that stuff in the house.
I mean, yeah.
I'm
True.
also one other thing. I'm also going to blame the parent who is playing Sexy Red.
I mean, true too. But I just feel like black people need to take more accountability, especially like instead of blaming the white man, for every little thing.
I do not. I totally agree with that. Like I said, black culture.
I think we owe the whites a little bit more respect.
I don't know white shit. However, I do think that black culture starts within the four walls of the family. Blaming whites for everything, I agree, but we don't know white shit.
No, yes, we do, because they helped.
We don't.
The Republicans freed the slaves. The Republicans freed the slaves. If all these white people was bad, we wouldn't be free.
Once again, YNs don't know their history. We don't owe them shit. Because if you're gonna make that argument, if you want to talk about what Republicans did way back when, then you know what? You're actually making a reparations argument. If we should be thankful for something that happened 100 or 200 years ago, then they owe us.
How do they owe us?
If we owe them a debt of gratitude for being freed from slavery, well, they owe us a debt for putting us in slavery in the first place.
Look,
I don't agree with either of those. I don't think we owe white people shit. And you know what? I'll just say, hey, you know what? White people don't owe us shit either. You can call it even.
Look, I'm not saying that whites never had us in slavery. They did, but let's not forget that.
Okay, well,
black people sold us out too. Let's not forget that.
Let's not keep repeating what I've already said is bullshit. If you still think that blacks ought to be grateful to whites for freeing us from slavery, well, they didn't do it yesterday. They did it 100 years ago. I don't know them shit. Just like their families didn't put me in slavery, their families didn't free me from slavery either.
I get what you're saying, but the point is, that we shouldn't be anti-white when at the end of the day, like, we all need to work together. And I feel like
I agree. We should not be anti-white. I 100% agree with that. As a matter of fact, black people should never be racist because we know what happens when people are racist. Black people should be the last people to be anti-white. We know the consequences.
I'm just saying it just seems like, back to my original statement, like when I came up here, I'm just saying it seems like the racism and the prejudiceness mostly comes from the blacks. That's just what I feel like.
No, and I disagree. I think whites in America invented racism. They put it into law. They taught blacks how to be racist. House slaves and field slaves.
You gotta be kidding.
Whoa. Whites taught us that shit. It's in the history books.
I don't think they did.
Oh, you need.
Who's to say the history is true?
Hold on, you need to crack open a history book. When Thomas Jefferson got Sally Hemings, pregnant 5 times, his kids got treated special. Just read the history of Monticello, of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings as one example of the masses' offspring being treated better than the field slaves. Where do you think black slaves learned who the master's favorite was and who wasn't?
I mean, look,
don't say that black people taught themselves how to be racist. It was the racists who taught us to be racist.
No, that's not true. That's not
It is
true.
100% true.
That's
and
your
I'm not
that's your that's your
I'm
opinion.
not. No,
That's
no,
your
no,
opinion.
no. It is
That's
not
your
my
opinion.
opinion, son. Thomas Jefferson was real, son. Sally Hemings was real, son. It's in the history books. My opinion is formed off of certified, bona fide, verified history. Yours is
No,
not.
no, you're
No,
based off. You're doing things. You're saying things based off your opinion. That's what you're.
You literally
You're
do not
saying
know
things
what
based off
you
your opinion.
literally do not
You're
know
saying
what
things
you're
based
talking
off your
about.
opinion.
I am literally telling you you are ignorant.
No, you're ignorant.
You
Bro.
don't. You
You're
do not
ignorant.
know enough.
You are
don't know
ignorant.
enough. You do not know enough to make these.
That's why you be
arguments.
ducking. That's why you be ducking. Be brave.
Nope, I'm telling you, you don't know shit. I literally just.
No, you don't know.
Thomas.
No, you
I
don't know
literally-
anything.
I
You're speaking.
literally
You're
just
speaking your
talked-
opinion.
I
No,
literally.
you're speaking your opinion.
Nope.
You're just speaking
Well,
your
my-
opinion.
you
You want
know
to
what
say
my
things that
opinion
fit
is?
your narrative. That's what you do.
What you know.
You want
what
to
my-
say things that fit your
Motherfucker,
narrative.
You will let me.
You want to
talk,
say things.
or
You
will
want to
be in
say
the back.
things. You want to say things that fit your narrative.
You need to calm your young ass down. My opinion is you don't know shit, so you get to just spew your ignorance, and I'll listen.
No, you're speaking your opinion. You're saying things from your point of view, bro. You're not speaking facts. And the facts is that white people are not the enemy. That's the facts. Now, yes, did they do things back in the day that wasn't so good? Yes, I never said they did. But the point is that if all white people were bad, then we wouldn't be free. So that's why we own.
And you know what? It took a goddamn war to do it. They didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts.
How did they not do it at the,
No,
the goodness of their heart?
No. Now you.
How did they not do it the goodness of their heart?
Okay,
How did they not do it? How did they not do it?
Hey, motherfucker, didn't they teach you about the Civil War in high school? Is the Civil War my opinion too? The fact is that slavery ended and it took a civil war to do it. Now fucking tell me that's my opinion. There's nothing worse than an ignorant YN, in my opinion.
Look, the Civil War is not your opinion. I never said that. But I'm saying, matter of fact, didn't blacks fight in the Civil War? Didn't we fight in the Civil War?
Okay, dude, the Civil War happened no matter who fought in it. What does black people fighting in the Civil War, how does that change the fact that it took a Civil War to end slavery?
I mean, it did, but at the end of the day, it still was whites fighting to abolish and get rid of slavery. That's
Blacks
fact.
fought too. You literally just said it was blacks who fought too. So you're saying
I know.
Are you saying the blacks were just there to fire a couple bullets, or did blacks fight to end slavery too?
No, I'm saying yes.
Okay, I need you to answer my question. Did blacks?
That's I just said. I just said yes. I just said yes.
Okay, well then, what is your argument?
I was just saying. I think we owe whites a little bit more gratitude.
And I think we owe whites not a goddamn thing. We fought to end slavery just like the whites did.
Yes, we did. You're right.
Okay,
But
so
here's the thing. We're outnumbered.
why do we owe them gratitude for something we fought for?
Because this is a majority white country, right?
Okay,
This is
so
like a
you
country
are
that's
I got you. So you're just into worshiping whites.
no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Well,
You're
that's
twisting
what
my
it
words.
sounds like.
I'm just saying.
Whoa. Hey, before you go on, I'm gonna twist the shit out of your words. You better make sure they're untwistable, because I will twist them.
No, you like to twist.
I will
people's words,
literally.
man.
I will
No,
literally.
you like to twist people's words.
I will literally.
You like to twist people's words.
I love twisting.
You're not
people's
slick.
words.
You're not slick.
You will be surprised at how slick I can
You're
be.
not slick.
Hey,
You're not
here is
slick.
the
Be brave has put me on to
okay.
you. You're not slick.
Okay. Once again, you want to talk constantly. This gish gallop isn't going to work. I will take your word. You better just make sure your words are good words and are untwistable, or I'll twist them just like Be Brave. I twist Be Brave's words all the time for the fun of it. I will take your words, I will twist them, and I will laugh at you when I make a fool of you.
Now back to what I was saying. No, I'm not worshiping the white man. I'm not bowing down. That's not what I'm doing.
Well, you know what? You keep talking about my opinion. My opinion is you're worshiping the white man. And the reason you're worshiping the white man is because the white man made sure you weren't taught American history.
That's not true at all.
You don't think so? I can't tell.
And who's to say that, I mean, the history, I mean, could have been a lie. I mean, a lot of things were a lie. I mean, who's to say history wasn't a lie? Like, we don't know.
Who's to say it's not a lie?
I'm just saying at the end of the day, none of us was alive for things going on back then from 20 years ago. So again,
none of us
we don't
were
know.
alive. If none of us were alive, what makes your version of history better than mine?
I didn't say mine was better. I just said at the end of the day,
I didn't say
never
you
know.
said it. I just asked you a question. You keep saying that none of us are real sure about what actually happened. My question, if I'm going to buy that argument, what makes your version of what happened any more valid than mine?
Look, I'm just saying you never know, but I was just speaking.
Well, you never know
about.
either. See, that's the funny thing.
I was just speaking what I learned in high school.
If what you're saying is no one knows, then we are both equally ignorant. Your argument is no better than mine.
I'm just saying, look, at the end of the day, I'm just saying back to my original point because I feel like we keep, drifting off and getting away from that.
Keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words. To remind everybody, we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
Yeah, I'm about to leave because you just keep twisting my words.
That is probably why
you just keep speaking your opinion, bro. But I'm gonna say.
I am so glad that I didn't raise a son to worship whites and think they owe something to.
I don't worship. I'm not worshiping. How am I worshiping them?
At a minimum,
how am I worshiping them?
You are grateful that the white man freed you.
Well, last time I checked, it's a white country, and you need to be careful because if they really wanted us gone, we will be gone.
It is a white man's country, but the white people running it are nothing like your daddy. Be brave.
Okay, be brave.
At least if white people are going to run the country, there's some smart white people, unlike Be Brave, who is a goddamn moron and a racist moron at that.
Look, Be Brave is not my dad.
Be Brave is not running the white man's country. So stop worshiping.
I didn't say I'm not worshiping him, bro. You know what, bro?
You love you some Be Brave.
I've been on this channel for like a month. I mean, he be speaking facts.
I will take you. I hope I get you and Be Brave up on a panel so I can twist both of your words. It'll be a twofer.
We'll be, me and him is like a dynamic duo, all right?
We would tear you up. A dynamic duo of pea seeds.
What I'm saying, all right, look. What I'm saying is that black people need to take more accountability and quit blaming whites for everything.
I agree.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, like I said, the racism is coming from the blacks. It's not coming from the whites. You know what I'm saying? They donated to Shiloh.
Does it come from white people? White people taught black people in America how to be racist.
So did they teach us how to shoot up each other?
They taught us.
Did they teach us how to join gangs? Did they teach us degeneracy?
Were black people speaking English when they were brought over as slaves?
I mean, no.
No, were they or not? They were fresh off the boat from Africa. Who taught the slaves English?
The white people did, because they English.
Okay, so you know what? Stick with me here. So if white people taught blacks English, they certainly taught us the word racist. What evidence do you have that African slaves didn't learn racist behaviors and racist words from the racists who were their slave owners?
Because I'm saying, look, I'm saying at the end of the day, black people are racist because they want to blame whites for everything. That's the truth.
Well,
They don't ever want to take accountability.
I think at the end of the day, ignorant YNs who don't know their American history would be seduced, if not psyoped, into thinking that. At the end of the day, you really don't know your own arguments. Because if you actually knew American history, you wouldn't be arguing this tripe. And it is tripe.
No, I'm speaking facts.
You are speaking what you know, and you don't know a lot.
I'm speaking facts, all right? And the facts is
you are speaking
blacks kill other blacks in the street. Black communities are worse.
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and you have a little knowledge, but not a lot of knowledge. That's why you're speaking the facts you know.
They're producing degenerate characters like Lil Durk and Chief Keef and all of them, and they're not taking accountability.
Who the fuck is Lil Durk?
They're producing. The black community is producing degenerates and incels to the community.
You know what?
Messing everything up. They fuck everything up.
That may well be. But degeneracy is a different argument than racism. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost. That's not what I'm doing.
One minute we're talking black people are racist, and the other minute you're saying they're degenerates. I'm saying they're two different arguments.
I'm saying some black people shouldn't be racist because the white people are giving them opportunity.
Saying is you just think black people are trash.
That's not what I said. See, you're twisting my words.
No.
That's
I'm
not what I said.
translating. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying I'm translating. You think black people aren't worth a shit, and we should be worshiping whites, and we'll be on the road to actually being decent human beings.
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying.
I told you I'm going to twist your words. I warned you.
That's what you're doing, man. Because you're an idiot. Okay.
I warned you, and I'm going to keep doing it. See, when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it just makes it easier for people like me to twist your words. You got to know something. You got to know what you're talking about. And I won't be able to twist it.
No, you're twisting my word. You're choosing what words.
I am choosing.
You're choosing what to listen to. That's what you're doing.
Mangling.
That's what you're doing.
I'm taking your words out of context. I'm taking them out of context. I'm making it up as I go along because you don't know shit.
No, you don't know anything. You don't
literally. I'm surprised Be Brave didn't warn you that coming up here, I would just crush bad arguments. He didn't tell you.
Man,
that.
I don't need.
Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Because I do to him what I just did to you.
No, I'm taking you on by myself. I don't need.
Motherfucker!
I don't need him over here. I don't need him. I don't need him over here.
You are not taking me on. You are you're having a mud hole stomped in your argument. I'm ignorant.
I'm beating you in the argument. No, I'm beating you with facts. You're speaking opinions. You're speaking opinions.
You literally think black people should be thanking white people because we're free.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
You know
100%.
You know
100%.
I'm telling
no
you
doubt
right
about
now. I'm telling you right now, if you knew a little bit of American history, you would know how ignorant you sound.
No, you're the ignorant. You're the ignorant one. That's what you is.
You sound like
you're the
you
ignorant
are a
one.
scared, tired, cold former slave.
No, you're the ignorant one. That's what you is. You're the ignorant.
No, I'm afraid not, son. I'm afraid I'm not ignorant. I'm afraid as usual, when
You like you one of these you one of these you one of these FBA you probably one of these FBA Americans that play victim. That's what you is. You was an FBA.
You know what you are?
You're just another FBA. You're just another FBA. That's what you is.
You are a Jesse Lee Peterson.
You're just
doesn't know.
How am I? Wait, I don't even watch Jesse Lee Peterson. How am I Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't even watch him. I'm not subscribed to him. I don't watch him.
You know what? If you watched him, you would know what you sound like.
I don't even watch that dude. He's a troll. Jesse Lee Peterson is a troll. Like, what are you talking about?
Stanley.
What's up, CK? Oh shit! I'm thinking that. I'm thinking he's up on the panel. Save this young man from himself.
Yeah, he's from Northeast Ohio. He's trolling Stanley.
Oh, is that right?
Wait, CK. How am I trolling?
Jay, I know where you from, man. You trolling, man.
How am I trolling?
The school you went to did not teach you what you're saying right now.
No, let me tell you about my life story. Because I learned this stuff. The past 4 years. But
you did not learn that.
I grew up. I grew up around. I grew up around whites, right?
Yeah, in Twinsburg, right?
Yes.
Right. That school did not teach you what you're speaking right now.
Well, I learned what I'm speaking from the past 4 years watching right-wing conservatives. All right.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains a lot then. All right. Well, you got a lot of work unlearning what you learned.
But even back then, before I was watching right wingers, like I never really played this victim mentality. I never was anti-white.
Okay, well,
I never was.
Wait. I agree that black people should not be blaming white people for everything. As a matter of fact, I would almost go even farther and say black people shouldn't be blaming white people for anything these days. If you can't make it in 2025, it is not white people's fault. Generally. Now there are maybe exceptions, but by and large, 99% of the time, blaming white people in 2025 because you can't get a job or something like that. But outside of the two of us, he'll be back. Outside of you and me agreeing on that part, we don't agree on American history. I think black people owe white people nothing in 2025, and they don't owe us anything.
Yeah, true. But CK doesn't know what he's talking about. I never said I learned this stuff in school.
I wouldn't be fucking with the admiral like that.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what he's talking about. But
that's another. You have this weird tick about you didn't say something. No one's saying you said it. We're telling you what you mean. Okay, just because you didn't say it doesn't mean you don't mean it.
Now, CK, if he's just scared of white people, he can just say that. But I grew up in white spaces, and I don't have no issues.
Both of us were in the Navy. We know white people well enough to know that you don't need to worship them or thank them or anything else. They're people just like you and me.
But I was just saying, like, back to my original point when I can remember. I just feel like the division, the divisiveness and stuff has came from the FBAs, like the Umars, like the Tariq Nasheed. Okay, I know you don't watch them.
Well, let me go farther than that. Not only do I not watch them, I don't think they have the influence. Now I could be wrong because I'm 60.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't get out in these YouTube streets that much. I don't get out in the streets that much. So maybe Umar has more influence, and maybe CK would probably know better than me. From where I sit,
you talk about Umar Johnson.
Umar and
he has
Tariq Nasheed.
He has.
I mean, if you're listening to those guys at all, you're being led astray. There's almost nothing that I've come across, and I do see a clip every now and again. I've literally heard nothing that they said that would help me in a historical or race or political argument. They're really like candy. It sounds good. maybe makes you laugh, but there's nothing of value I would go and have some debate with. So, I mean, I first thing you need to do is stop listening to those two.
Stanley, Jay grew up in a good neighborhood. He went to a decent school, and I know that school did not teach him what he is speaking right now.
Well, no, he said he learned it in the last 4 years.
Stanley, he only what, 22?
I don't know. He sounds young. I don't know.
He's young.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
he only 22 years old. He's a kid.
Oh, wow. Jay, you still there? he's probably sucking on his bottle.
Yeah, he's a kid. So Stanley, if he didn't learn it in high school, I know
he said he learned it from right-wing media.
Okay.
I mean, you shouldn't be learning any history from the media. I mean, every now and again, some historian will be given an interview or something, but you really, and I know it sounds old-fashioned. Hell, I got a Kindle. I read almost like 99.9% of my books are on a Kindle, but I'm reading books. I don't go to really any sort of visual media. And even if I do, it's usually like something that, is on a topic that I've read about. Yeah, but Tariq Nasheed or, like a Charlie Kirk or something, if you're listening to them and taking their historical points, please don't do that. Do yourself a favor.
Stanley, all those guys are grifters. Umar, Charlie Kirkland, what's the other guy name? Tariq. They are all grifters. They just grifting. Yeah. That's it.
No, and I wish Brian Nichols would come up, because Brian Nichols is my age, basically, saying we need to be thankful to white people. I'm like, you know what? If we don't have to, if they don't owe us reparations because it was a long time ago, well, the slaves were freed a long time ago. Why should we still be thankful? And the other thing is, blacks fought in the Civil War, so they fought for their own freedom. So I don't get this argument. Jay, you there?
Yeah, my bad. I had to take a call.
That's all right.
Yeah, back to CK, man. Yeah, I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what you're trying to refer to.
Well, he's just saying that you couldn't have learned it in school. Who would you say is your major right-wing influence?
Officer Tatum.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, that's even worse.
There you go.
Worse than Tariq Nasheed.
There you go, Stanley.
How's Brandon Tatum bad?
Man,
how's Brandon Tatum
bad? From grifters, man. You get your
well, let me put it to you this way. This dude hasn't been a police officer in a decade or more, and he's still calling himself officer. Dude played football. I don't even know that he finished college. The dude is, back in the day when I was in high school, we would call people like him muscle heads. It's like he doesn't have a brain. He's a football player. He's a jock. And, God gave him a muscle for a brain, but not a real brain. Dude is a moron.
Jay, how old are you? You like, what, 22?
No, I'm 23.
23?
24 in August.
Yeah, man, you need to go join the military or something.
Oh,
go see the world.
Who else I watched? I watched the Hodge twins. I watched Anton Daniels.
Yeah. Stop, Jay. Stop.
Well, let me.
What's wrong with Anton Daniels?
Jay, I need to be
fast.
I need you.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
I need to take
okay, and these are gonna be black conservatives, like Glenn Lowry, or even somebody like John McWhorter. Go read Thomas Sowell. Go read Walter Williams. Go read There are a ton, Jason Riley. There are a lot of smart black. I need you to go on YouTube, look up Wilfred Riley. He is the smartest black conservative I can think of. And I don't agree with his politics a lot, but he is whip smart. You need to read him.
I'm gonna head back to the text, Danny. I gotta head back.
Okay. All right. Take it easy, CK. Don't be going to the Hodge twins or any of those guys. Go to actual smart black conservatives. I don't agree with their points of view, but I do agree that they can at least make good arguments that I can't defeat. At least most times I can't. And if me and a Glenn Lowry, if I were even in his league, if he and I were debating, we would probably agree on some things, not agree on others. But what we would agree on would just be like our interpretation of facts. You know, it might be a glass and I say it's half full, he says it's half empty, but at least we would agree that it's not a full glass of water. You know, we might debate why it's not a full glass of water, but we agree that the glass isn't full. You really, and I'm not a conservative, but I need you to go and I need you to wean yourself of Tariq Nasheed. I need you to wean yourself of Officer Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry in your life. You need a Wilfred Riley in your life. You need Thomas Sowell in your life. You need Walter Williams in your life. Please, if you're going to do black conservative, go to actual black conservatives who many of the times they have
I mean, okay, I can understand like sometimes the high twins and Brandon Tatum, they may say things that, you know, that it may go a little too far. But how do they they be speaking facts. They be speaking facts.
They are no. Look, they may be there's facts and there's why the facts came to be. Okay, why are blacks primarily in inner cities? Okay, the fact is they're there, but aren't you curious as to how they got there? Why they continue to be there? Why
because they don't work.
There? They don't work hard. No. That's what a Brandon Tatum. That's the easy answer. The hard answer is going to take some work to know. And look, as an older black guy, I'm not a conservative, but you can do better than Brandon Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry. You need a Thomas Sowell in your life, please. If you got to be a black conservative, at least be a black conservative who knows what he's talking about.
All right, do you at least respect Anton Daniels? He's like pro-black, ain't he? You don't respect Anton Daniels?
I respect him.
He's in Detroit, like he's from the inner city. He's from Detroit.
I respect him more than I would someone like the Hodge twins.
All right, I mean, I can respect that. That's a fair point.
But Anton Daniels is a YouTube content creator. He's not a historian or an economist or a linguist.
Wouldn't you consider yourself a YouTuber since you're on YouTube?
Yep. And I'm not an academic. Most of the guys that I talked about were academics. But I also will say that, you know, I didn't major in history, but I read a lot of it. I actually, if I want to know an answer, I don't generally go to YouTube to find it. I may use YouTube to reinforce it. But if I want to know American history, I will go and read an American history book. I will read several American history books because there are historians who will write about the same event and have different interpretations of why it happened. But you don't just read one history book, you read a bunch of history books. That's the other recommendation. But dude, go to the classics, go to the professors, Go to the black conservatives who have been being black conservatives for 30, 40 years. Even I respect Glenn Loury. And actually, in Thomas Sowell's Thomas Sowell's been doing it for like 60 years. And by the way, I read black conservatives too. I don't just limit myself to one side of the aisle. I read everything. As a matter of fact, it's sometimes better to know your opponent's argument better than he or she does. It just makes your argument stronger.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm gonna get off. I gotta
and
go.
the one
But
thing,
be
the
brave.
other
But be
thing,
brave, still my man though. He's still my man.
right? But well, that's fine. I mean, I like Be Brave. I just think he's a racist. However, but let me make one other thing, and you've probably heard Be Brave and John Galt. They will just poo-poo like, I don't need to read a book. You need to read a book. Okay, Be Brave, bright guy, good guy that he is literally unknowledgeable. He does not know what he's talking about.
Oh, come on, man. How is he
No,
unknowledgeable?
He doesn't. This 70% bullshit. You do realize that he and I have actually sat down and had some form of debate. Dude, he talks a good game, and he is telling his truth. But the bottom line is he is cotton candy, and what you need is a good, solid meat and potatoes meal. And I'm making that analogy to knowledge. He Be Brave is a Brandon. He's in the league with an Anton Daniels or someone of that ilk. If you want deep knowledge, you don't go to Be Brave or Anton Daniels. You hit the books. You put in the work.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, I was just making, a point for whites. I guess because like in high school and like throughout my life, like I didn't have like good experiences with like other blacks, especially in high school.
Well,
I didn't get treated by them the best.
I grew up.
I got treated by whites the best in my life.
Let me tell you my background. I grew up in a black neighborhood. I was talking to Dave, 1st through 6th grade, went to an all-black Catholic school. Up until 7th grade, I never even had a white friend because I didn't go to school with whites, didn't live in a white neighborhood. 7th grade on, I had white friends because I was in mostly white schools. I have lived in a black world, grew up in that black world. It wasn't the hood. It was actually still a pretty nice neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia. But I know both sides of the coin. Hell, I married a white woman. So, I mean, her side of the family, my son's grandfather, he's got one white grandfather, he's got one black grandfather. So I have straddled both worlds. I can tell you right now, white people are no better than black people and vice versa. We're all people.
All right, see you later, Brian.
But the bottom line is America has some problems, and it takes some work to not be affected by those problems. You will have to work hard to stay above the fray and be as objective as you can. All right. Well, that is that. One of these days I'll upload it and premiere it. I guess I'll do that maybe overnight. So if anybody wants to hit the link, please do that. I'm only doing this, because I was kind of bored and I figured people would just want to kind of kibitz for an hour or two. I do have videos we can watch, but it's much more fun just to come up here and talk to someone about the videos while we watch people get pissed off in the chat. Let's see. Let's start out with this dude. This looked interesting. So we'll watch it and see what this is all about. Oops. You know what? Oh, shoot. I'll see what the problem is.
looked over, seeing this video, and I want to get my little commentation on this thing. But I wanted y'all to listen to what he said, and I want y'all to tell me what y'all think. And please leave your comments. Like and subscribe. To help me continue to put more content out there. I'm trying to at least get 5,000 subscribers. I want that. So y'all help me out. Y'all like and subscribe and share. To no further ado, let me go ahead and play this video and y'all tell me what y'all think.
I was just told that I turned my back on the black community.
Richard, you know what? You make I'm going to interrupt this for just a minute. Richard, I assume he's talking about Be Brave, says Be Brave can go on for 1 to 2 hour monologues. You can't be a dummy and do that. Richard, I'm going to say a 1 to 2 hour monologue is especially easy if you're a dummy. Okay. People who don't know what they're talking about don't tend to have internal fact checks. I have found in my experience that people will just say any fucking thing to fill up time and just kind of go on and on and on, repeat themselves, make shit up for 1 or 2 hours. You really do have to be careful of people who are actually very facile at going on for 1 or 2 hour monologues. They generally make a lot of shit up. There's a whole lot of filler making that sausage that there's a whole lot of filler in that sausage that Be Brave makes. So I think the opposite. I think it's really easy to go on for 1 or 2 hours about nothing if you have nothing to talk about in particular.
Because of a recent video I did about Jasmine Crockett. I've been waiting on this one. What this is called is selective morality. Let's ignore the fact that ain't no white robes running through our neighborhoods, just black folks terrorizing other black folks. Let's ignore the fact that ain't no white supremacists shooting up our blocks. It's us. Let's ignore the fact that we make music glorifying our own destruction and then cry when the streets match the lyrics.
I guess I'm going to be stopping this shit a lot. Look, it is fucking annoying hearing this dude and a lot of other dudes like him pretending that the world, the black world, all the blacks live in the hood. The whole black world is in the hood. So it is literally a huge problem to every black person in America when the hood gets shot up. Most black people don't live in the inner city. Stop acting like the black life in America fucking revolves around the corner in your hood. It doesn't.
We love screaming black unity, but will rob, jump, scam, and kill our own people with no hesitation whatsoever. Preaching we gotta stick together while setting up your own brothers and snaking your own sisters. Love blaming the society for why our neighborhoods look like war zones while cheering for the very culture that keeps them that way. Talking about black pride while rapping about murdering each other, turning women into baby mamas, and making it seem like being broke, violent, and ignorant is a personality trait. Everybody want to scream support black businesses, but will run to Gucci before you ever spend $1 with your own people while looking for a hookup at the same time. We want to whine about gentrification, but won't invest in your own damn community. Instead, trash it, and then cries when somebody else moves in and builds it the fuck up. And then the worst part, y'all expect every black person to fall in line with this ideology. Because how dare a black person think for themselves, right? How dare someone not subscribe to this self-inflicted victimhood? Y'all want unity? Start by looking in the fucking mirror. The truth is, black folks ain't even for black folks. The biggest threat to black people ain't Trump. It ain't the police. It ain't white people. It's us. It's our own self-hatred, our own refusal.
You know what? He's partially right about the self-hatred, but the self-hatred combined with every Negro in America needs to be concerned with what's happening in your hood. That's the other part that's destructive. Moronic white people like Palomino, Ricky Z, and Be Brave think all black people need to care about what's going on in the hood, and that's simply not true. We don't listen to Be Brave. Don't listen to all these people acting like what goes on in the hood is the concern of every black person in the United States. I have no clue what's going on in your hood, son. It is up to you to know what's going on. And if you feel so inclined, you go and you work with the community or do whatever it is you need to do. But don't expect me to care about what's happening in your neighborhood. Fuck all that. And getting on here telling white people that your hood is the world, they're dumb enough to believe it. Well, people like Be Brave and Donald Trump and other motherfuckers are dumb enough to believe it.
To hold each other accountable and our own addiction to playing the goddamn victim while glorifying the very shit that holds us back. Who's out here shooting up black neighborhoods? Not Trump. Who's rapping about killing each other, robbing each other, and treating our women like trash? Not Trump. Who's making our own communities unlivable, unsafe, and uninvestable, then crying about it and wondering why they won't build up our neighborhoods? Not Trump. Who raised us to fear and hate each other more than any racist system ever could? We did that to ourselves. But now let's keep blaming.
Now, that's what I want to address. Everything he just said about a black person, he's speaking that from personal experience, because I can tell the way he talked. He's talking about himself. How dare he say, we did this to ourselves? How dare he say that? That goes to show the reason why us as black people are in the mind frame that we in, because we do not know nothing about who you are. Nothing about self. Even the bits and pieces that you know about yourself, you really don't know who you are. Where you from. How you got here, what your ancestors about, because we were stripped from that. That was intentionally done. See, everything that's going on in your life is not the way we supposed to live. This is not who we are. And to answer his question, we was created, and not all of us, those that have an intellect and mind frame to be able to read and understand and study these snakes for what they is, can realize that we've been bamboozled. We've been tricked. The same thing he's saying is no different than the pastors in the church. He's saying that we victimize ourselves. The pastor would tell you, you being punished by God, and God gonna have a way for you, and God gonna save us from all this whatever. It's all a trick. Let's get to the reality. Everybody should know that the CIA, the FBI, the government, or whoever you want to call it, been flooding black neighborhoods.
Oh my Lord.
For years with dope. And let's not forget about Black Wall Street, how they burned down your towns and flooded your towns.
Oh man.
Ran you off from your land. We already.
All right, now I have to go and swing the pendulum the other way. Dude, you're using the wrong argument. White people don't give a shit about Black Wall Street. They never did in the first place. They don't care about it now. There are better arguments to make, sir.
Prisoners of war, they stripped us from everything about us. We don't know anything about our culture. They done messed up our families. They done victimize us. They done terrorize us. And people.
Okay, Dave, you hate this talk. What about the other guys' talk? Acting like all black people care about what's happening in his hood. That talk was okay, right? Ugh.
Like him, don't see that. They don't see the conditions people live in. You want to blame the rappers.
Yeah.
The reason why the
Well,
rappers
Dave,
rapping
you
that way
you
because
are.
that's what the
At
executive
least I
paid them to
called it.
rap. When you had conscious rappers, when KRS-One and Nas and a lot of other rappers was rapping that consciousness, them same people that you sitting over there defending, it's the same ones that have been pumping that music, control the radio station, control the airwaves. So yes, they might be rapping about killing each other, whatever, but hey, they rapping because they got to get paid. And they rapping about what they see and what they hear and what they visualize in their neighborhoods. So you can't talk about nothing if you ain't never seen nothing. And you got to understand the mind frame of why they at where they at right now, because they was created from the time when they dropped the crack, put the guns in the neighborhood, and changed the rap music from conscious rap to gangster rap. So say that drama, not understanding conditions of black people. I understand it more than anything. I had a black judge look me in my face and gave me 8 years for no reason, talking about he didn't care what the law say. Use a problem. Use the one that we can't tolerate. The same person, look at his face. This nigga is a coon.
Wait, are you
White
talking
people
about
love what he
him?
said because
Wait,
white
hold
people
it.
don't understand. They want to, we got to blame ourselves. Look here. I got a degree, very educated, and been looking for a job for 4 months. Now, I ain't stopped hustling. I ain't stopped doing anything. I'm not even selling dope. But it ain't easy. And how can your blacks make money from other blacks when they better making money themselves? And yeah, the reason why they scamming and scheming on somebody else because they trying to get one thing, the dollar bill. That is hard to get. Now you might got you a good job, a good working boy. Hey, I ain't hating on you, but understand the truth. Stop, don't run your mouth and don't know what time it is. Because I look at things from what it really is, and I see the condition of how people was treated differently. How for a person that think for themselves. Because it's wrong for a person like me or anybody else to think for themselves and understand that everybody living in this world right now is just trying to survive. Nothing more and nothing less. Some educated, some are not. Some utilize whatever tool they got to use in order to make money, in order for them to live. But the only reason why they're doing that because all of them don't know the identity of who they are, the power that we have, and what the benefit in unifying when, as you said it, we was trained and taught not to trust each other because we all get victimized by the dollar. You got niggas and white people in these days and time will sell anything for the right amount of money. That's the carrot. That's why people killing each other. That's why people making them rap music. That's why women being the way they are. Hoes and bitches, whatever you want to call them. Everybody trying out there to do one thing, and that's get some bread. But when you understand, when you get some bread, you still got to pay it out to pay them bills and pay this and pay that. It's always a responsibility that you got to get whatever money. So the more you get, the more you give. And that's why you got to continue to make more. You can't make money and just be comfortable. You got to continue to make it. Because Uncle Sam knocking at your door, Lightbeard at your door, Lisa at your door. If you're going to buy something, so whatever you got to do, you got to pay for it. So it's money, 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 money. But it ain't no peace. Like Big say, more money, more problem. That's all it is. And we walk around here with a big old problem. Big old problem of non-self-identity. Well, I'm identified with each and every last one of my brothers and sisters out there. I'm your brother. And this land belongs to all ours. And it's time for us to get our inheritance and stop being a tumbleweed in the wind. But the enemy always send a coon like this. He talking like, oh yeah, you right. They ain't got to be in the white robes to be in your neighborhood now. They ain't police uniforms. They ain't business suits with dark tinted vans dropping boxes of dope in the neighborhood and disappearing. They one that put guns in the neighborhood, fresh artillery. See, some of them even be arms dealers. With the right connect, government, they spend millions and millions of dollars, and half of them guns, they probably just throw away or sell them to the highest bidder. And then turn around, lock you up for even buying the guns, and I'm the one that was selling it. So anyway, I ain't gonna make this video long enough. Y'all please like and subscribe. Y'all get.
You know, this is the weirdest thing. This is like basically the same argument. One guy's blaming the thugs in the hood, the other side is blaming the government, but they're kind of the same arguments. Yeah, this I don't know what to think of this other than both arguments are trash. It seems like they're kind of missing the point. You know, one guy's talking the toxicity of rappers and I guess one guy is blaming the culture's music and the other side is blaming the white man for the culture. You got to make money, money, money. I think both sides are basically pretending like all black people live in the hood. That's really what I'm getting out of this. Most black people do not live in either of their hoods. Stop acting like they do, because they're dumb white people like Palomino, Ricky Z, and Be Brave who believe you when you say that. All right, well, let's see what else we got here. Kind of hate. I don't think we're going to watch that. That's a little bit too. All right, folks. Somebody be hitting these links. The only reason I came back was folks said they would be here. Oh, wait, let's see. Is this live? Looks like Ava is at the beach or something. Beach with my favorite incel. So apparently Ava's going to the beach with, hanging out with this loser again. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't really feel like watching a bunch of losers at the beach, I guess. Let's see. Let's see what's in this playlist. You know what? This is actually something old about Ahmaud Arbery. I mentioned Ahmaud Arbery earlier.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So today we're going to talk about a verdict out of Georgia. We're going to talk about the verdict in the case of, what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. There's a running theme right now going on in commentary that the justice system functioned as it should. No, it absolutely did not. It did not. And I'm not talking about the verdict. From everything I've seen, the verdict's the right one. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this incredibly inaccurate and, to me, pretty dangerous idea that the system functioned as it should. Because it didn't. It did not. A quick little recap. According to reporting, on February 23rd, local cops were told by the Brunswick DA not to make any arrests. And then a different DA is reported to have continued that same line and continued to interfere on February 24th and April 2nd. May 5th is when the video went out. That's when the public got to see that video. Within hours, the DA, the Atlantic DA, had said that a grand jury would be convened and that GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, was stepping in. That doesn't sound like the system functioned as it should. Not when you had a DA get indicted. It sounds like it's pretty broke. It sounds like a lot of the issues that are being seen as no longer relevant were very much at play here. But that video came out, and that public pressure came into play. And then it didn't take long at all. But it was February, March, April, May. 4 months. Well, 4 calendar months. I guess it was 70-something days. That doesn't sound like things are functioning as they should. It is important to acknowledge the wins. If you don't, you'll burn out. It's important to acknowledge the wins. And in some ways, yeah, this is the win. But it was hard fought. It wasn't that the system worked. It wasn't that justice was served because the system functioned. Justice was served in spite of the system failing. It happened because of public pressure, because of those black pastors certain people didn't want around, because people didn't give up on it. I think that is a very important takeaway. It is something that we need to remember here. This isn't over. This isn't a situation where everything went smoothly. It was a win, but it was hard fought by a whole lot of people who put in a whole lot of time. I heard somebody say that it wasn't a celebration, but it was proof that the spirit of Ahmaud could overcome that mob. I like looking at it that way. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
All right. Well, got a couple videos here from Brooklyn St. Michael. Oops. This is called Black Chicago Refused to Be Caged In. He's been reviewing this book called Black Metropolis. I guess it's about Chicago. So this is about Black Chicago Refused to Be Caged In. This is like back in the 30s, maybe.
You know, they tried to keep blacks secluded in one section of town.
Oh, wait.
And guess what?
You know what? I forgot to mention that Ahmaud Arbery video talking to Jay, that young guy, young black conservative who was being miseducated. I made the comment that, pretty much living in America, you're not particularly threatened by racists or racism a lot, day to day. But the caveat to that statement is everything is fine until it isn't. Okay, Ahmaud Arbery, many people probably won't even remember this case from a few years ago, but this young black guy jogging in a white neighborhood, he'd been jogging in this neighborhood for quite some time. And finally, I don't know, people got concerned because he was stopping at this house that was being constructed. And, all of a sudden people started getting wound up that, oh, he's trespassing. Well, the house wasn't even roughed in, it was just a frame. And, my father and I, when years ago, every now and again, we would stop at a new construction and go and kind of walk around, kind of looking at, what some of the, techniques were, looking at the layouts, just, he likes construction, new construction. So anyway, these people, like neighbors around the construction, around the neighborhood, just kind of got wrapped around the axle that this young black guy was jogging through the neighborhood and stopping and looking at new construction. So they chased him down in a couple trucks and ultimately wound up shooting him. And my point here is that, everything is fine in America as far as, you don't have to worry about white vigilantes and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about it until you have to worry about it. So acting like America is not a racist country and every day is going to be a good day, that is not a realistic way to train your kids either. Black kids need to be trained what America is, and you need to be trained that, you keep your head on a swivel in the United States if you are black. 99% of the time, you're going to be just fine. You will thrive, etc. But there is that 1%, and you don't want your kids to be that 1%. So the notion that everything is hunky-dory in America is as foolish as being paranoid and thinking every white person is a racist. There has to be a happy medium somewhere, and that's what you train your kids to look out for. If you're not from the hood, don't go walking through the hood in the middle of the night. And white people can be dangerous. You just need to figure out when they might be dangerous, how to get yourself out of danger, etc. So white people are not a threat for black people until they are a threat for black people. And we have plenty of examples, Ahmaud Arbery being one of them.
Blacks were not having it, and we're going to find out why. The setting is Chicago between the 1920s and the 1940s. We're continuing from the book titled Black Metropolis, a study of Negro life in a northern city by sociologists St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Excellence. Midwest Metropolis seems to say,
Negroes have a right to live in the city, to compete for certain types of jobs, to vote, to use public accommodations, but they should have a community of their own.
This was when blacks were entering Chicago at rapid rates, and the area called the Black Belt was overcrowding. As a result, some blacks attempted to live in predominantly white neighborhoods, where they generally were not wanted. So this person from the white community is saying that blacks should have all the legal rights, but stay in your own community. Stop trying to shake and bake your way into our neighborhoods.
Perhaps they should not be segregated by law, but the city should make sure that most of them remain within a black belt.
Why did the city need to do it? Why not the private members of his community? As we have suggested previously, Negroes do not accept this definition of their place. And while it is probably true that, if allowed free choice, the great majority would live as a compact unit for many years to come, they believe that enforced segregation is unjust. Now, some blacks didn't want segregation simply because they wanted to live around whites. But others were against it simply on principle. They didn't like being told where they could and could not live, especially knowing that whites weren't restricted in the same way. Now, whites most certainly didn't want to live in black neighborhoods, but they could if they wanted. While the choices of blacks were severely limited, they didn't have the other options. Thus, one prominent old settler, the daughter of a German father and a Negro mother, was vitriolic in her denunciation of residential segregation.
I don't think we would need any housing projects on the South Side if Chicago wasn't so full of this silly old race prejudice. We ought to be able to live anywhere in the city we want to. What the government should do, or somebody with money, is to fight these restrictive covenants and let our people move where they want to. It's a dirty shame that all types of foreigners can move anywhere in the city they want to, and a colored man who has been a soldier and a citizen for his country can live only in a black belt. What's the use of fighting for a country that treats you that way?
That's a good point. But what this was just another continuation of what the country was founded upon. Those who could fit within the category of white at the top, while those in the black category at the bottom. Many of the European immigrants could eventually become accepted into the white identity. And through that, they inherited those perceived white privileges. A colored ringer man in a laundry came to Chicago in 1921 because he had heard of the good wages and grand opportunities. Now, having become well-adjusted, he resents residential segregation.
Residential segregation is a big mistake. When I came here, there were white and colored living in the same neighborhood, and the people seemed to understand each other. But since this neighborhood is colored only, everything is different.
Here's how.
There are less jobs, and the neighborhood is not kept as clean as it used to be.
He didn't specify, but this could be because the colored who moved in didn't keep the place as clean, or it could be that the city services neglected the area, or maybe even a combination of both.
I cannot offer any way to break down segregation. When I was married, I tried to rent houses out of the district, and the real estate agents wouldn't rent to me. Yes, if Negroes can get houses in Hyde Park or anywhere else, they ought to take them. For the housing condition for colored on the South Side is rotten.
Another laborer from Georgia who has been in the city nearly 30 years was also heated in his denunciation.
Racial segregation is rotten. When white and colored both lived in this section, the rents were not so high and there seemed to be a better understanding. I have often wondered if segregation has not had a lot to do with the lack of employment, for there are certain white people that try to prove that all Negroes are bad. When they come over here, they go to the worst part of the section to prove their point.
Somewhat more moderate in his disapproval is a colored chauffeur who came to Chicago in 1912 as a Pullman porter.
Racial segregation is something that I am not sure is a blessing. The housing proposition is serious, for the rents are very high, and the houses are not kept up as they are in white neighborhoods. On the other hand, if we were scattered among the white people, there would be far less work, for by being close together, we get a lot of work from the stores owned by white people that are doing business in our neighborhood. I've thought of ways to break down this segregation, but when I think that anything you do makes you a lawbreaker, you then cease to fight individuals, for then it becomes a war with the law.
That's that extra layer of protection that whites had built into the system. This man knew what he was up against.
Remember that the police, the judges, and the strongest lawyer groups are all white and they stick together.
Until it's a whole lot of money involved. Then they get the backstabbing and throwing each other under the bus.
I've seen one case of a fight between the police and the colored citizens and know that it was far from being an equal fight.
That's for sure. Many other Negroes, however, express a willingness to risk trouble in attacking this form of segregation. A skilled worker, a respectable church member, was very emphatic on this point.
Hyde Park is no more than any other place in Chicago. The Negroes ought to move into Hyde Park or any other park they want to move into. I don't know of anything on earth that would keep me out of Hyde Park if I really wanted to move into it. Personally, I don't care anything about the goodwill of white people if it means keeping me and my people down or in restricted neighborhoods.
It was the principle behind it for him, which I completely understand. Most humans don't like being forced into doing things, especially if they don't support the reason behind it. It may have made sense to whites, but for many blacks, there was no justifiable reason why they should be restricted to living in a certain area. A minority defends the existence of enforced residential segregation. This is done not on principle, but as a matter of expediency or for fear of racial clashes, or because such persons feel that the time to attack segregation has not yet come. Thus, a colored waiter who blames most of the discrimination against Negroes on the Great Migration partly defends segregation.
I myself believe segregation is good, for if the white and colored lived together, there would be fights constantly. About the only business benefit we derive from a Black Belt region is from a political standpoint, for there are a lot of people working that have gotten their appointments from their power as a voting factor. I think segregation is caused by the Negroes' failure to try to get out of the district. In fact, I have never tried to live out of the district. There is no reason. I just have not thought of it.
Occasionally, the opinion is expressed that Negroes are not ready to move into better neighborhoods, that they must first prove their worth by making the Black Belt a cleaner, more orderly, better kept area. Uh-oh. Thus, one man states,
"Our duty to ourselves and to those with whom we come in contact is to show the world that we are an advanced people, that we are law-abiding and respectable, and that we are able to care for the property we control or occupy. You can bet your bottom dollar that when we do this, we will be welcome wherever we care to live."
He's got a point, but here's what I'll add. Instead of trying to show the world, how about just trying to show yourself and show your own community? Start with that. Then look at world recognition as a side effect. This theory that individual Negroes must wait until the whole group improves itself before they can get out of the Black Belt is not at all popular with ambitious Negroes. Ambitious Negroes were the ones seeking upward mobility. They were the teachers, business owners, skilled professionals, and so forth. These people, according to the authors, didn't want to hear about all this talk about improving the community as a whole before moving out. They didn't want to hear that. They probably figured that it would take way too long, and they didn't have time for that. They wanted to move out as soon as they could. Most Chicago Negroes feel that the right to rent or buy a house offered to the public should be inalienable. I agree. If it's offered to the public, then Negroes being members of the public shouldn't have their rights to rent or buy removed. These were lessons that blacks had to help whites learn. They really had to help them in this area. Lessons on fairness, basic justice, and what the public really means. If they didn't want to rent or sell to Negroes, then they should have had some.
See, this is the kind of stupidity that I like to highlight. So, bottom line, the premise is if a house or an apartment is open to the public as far as bidding on or, trying for a lease, it should be open to everyone, as long as they're qualified to buy or lease. So Palomino Ricky Z, not really paying attention to the premise of the statement. So force whites to allow it, right? Well, if it's open to the public, how are we forcing anything? I'm not sure forcing either side is the answer. Well, dude, you're not even sure if you're a human being or a horse. It can be minimized by allowing choice. Dumbest statement ever. What does choice have to do with this? Which is the least amount of force, hopefully? Dumb. Why is force an issue if something is open to the market? Palomino Ricky Z, what you need to do is limit yourself to eating grass and creating what do they call them? Meadow apples or whatever. So the shit kickers have something to kick. The politics is not your thing, and neither is critical thinking or listening, for that matter. But thanks for your participation. Do the Negroes want a house in Virginia? Yeah. I was focusing on the implication a few minutes ago. No idea what that means. All the times you reported on Kilmar Abrego, the MS-13 gang member. Jesse Lee, I think you're full of shit. I think that Kilmar Abrego was deported and he was not illegal. Try again, son. He was here legally. The Trump administration admitted that he was sent out of the country on an error. You need to come up with an example of someone I'm having sympathy for who is here illegally. Try again. Don't be a Palomino Ricky Z, Jesse Lee. He was here legally. Your premise is that there are politicians or other people who have sympathy for illegals, someone who's here illegally, and I'm asking you to provide an example. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was here legally. Thank you.
Some type of private underground system that included
14th
only
Amendment
white
has
buyers.
nothing to do with anything
And
having
Negroes
to do with
would have
Kilmar
never
Abrego
known
Garcia.
when
Keep trying,
homes in
son.
those areas were for rent or for sale.
14th
But
Amendment has
whites,
nothing to
for
do
many
with it.
reasons, weren't willing to organize on that level.
No,
Yet
I'm
Negro
afraid
businessmen and
14th
politicians
Amendment
will
is not
sometimes
only
state
for
privately
blacks.
that they prefer
Try
keeping
again,
the
son.
Negro population concentrated. Here it comes. During a campaign
Kilmar
against restrictive covenants,
God damn it. You know
one
what?
prominent
Dude, Jesse Lee, why don't you hit the link? Apparently, you need an education just like Jay the other day does. The 14th Amendment does not have a race attached to it. You know what? I feel ridiculous even saying that. Let me get back to this video.
Negro leader confided to an interviewer,
Sure, I'm against covenants. They are criminal. But I don't want Negroes moving about all over town. I just want to add little pieces to the Black Belt. I'd never get reelected if Negroes were all scattered about. The white people wouldn't vote for me.
you gotta watch the Me, Myself, and I centered Negroes, because they were just as untrustworthy as many of the whites, especially the politicians. His main focus was about himself being reelected, not what was best for Negroes. So there's no telling what type of backroom deals he was willing to make with whites. You see? I'm telling you, it gets wild out here. Negro newspapers and civic leaders unanimously oppose enforced residential segregation and bitterly attack the forces that have created an overcrowded Black Belt. What were the forces that created an overcrowded Black Belt? Economic, legal, and social forces. The economic forces dealing with blacks being kept in these lower wage positions, which resulted in the inability to afford to live anywhere else. Then you have the legal force, which is dealing with the restrictive covenants that explicitly stated no Negroes allowed. And then there's the social force, which deals with whites viewing blacks as undesirable members of society and doing everything possible to keep them confined to their assigned community. To them, the area is a black ghetto, and they insist that
new areas should be opened. to break the iron ring, which now restricts most Negro families to intolerable, unsanitary conditions. Restrictive covenant agreements and the iron ring creating a Negro ghetto must be smashed.
Even the chairman of the mayor's committee accepted the characterization of the Black Belt as a ghetto, and there was general agreement among the participants in the mayor's conference in 1944 that most of the social problems within the Black Belt were fundamentally related to the operation of restrictive covenants. Only the spokesman for the Chicago Real Estate Board disagreed. The conference listed among the ghetto conditions high sickness and death rates, a heavy relief load during the Depression, inadequate recreational facilities, lack of building repairs, neglect of garbage disposal and street cleaning, overcrowded schools. The responsibility of these issues could, to a large degree, be attributed to restrictive covenants, high rates of crime and juvenile delinquency, and rough treatment by the police. But these here are not as simple. Keeping people restricted to an overcrowded area will create high crime if people are already culturally primed for the crime. Because all poor ethnic groups do not respond with violence and crime, even in poor overcrowded areas. For example, the Hasidic Jews in Borough Park, Brooklyn, they are statistically one of the poorest groups in the city, but they also live in a neighborhood with one of the lowest crime rates in the city. You see? So overcrowding, crime, and poverty don't have to exist together. But with the blacks, it did, due to their history and what they had gone through. Okay? So with that being said, we're going to pick up with some more fire in the next commentary. Right now, I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Yeah, no. I provide the education gratis. I don't pay for people to come up here and be educated. It's voluntary. You know, Jesse Lee can remain ignorant in the chat, or he can come up here and get an education on the 14th Amendment. His choice. I can't force adults to know more than I can't make people know more than they want to know. I guess that's the best way to put it.
The Black Belt inner city was way too valuable, and whites wanted it back. This was after blacks.
Hold it. That's not the right one. Hold on one sec here. Or is this the right one? Wait, I think this is the one.
Were said to have invaded Chicago in the early 1900s, and due to fear, influenced most whites to move out of particular areas. Now, how are whites going to get these areas back? What was the plan? Let's find out by continuing from the 1945 book, Black Metropolis, by St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Unity. The Black ghetto also suffers from a type of social disorganization, which is reflected in high illegitimacy and juvenile delinquency rates and a high incidence of insanity. There were high rates of Negroes having children out of marriage, troublemaking youth, and a high number of people who were out of their mind in Chicago's Black ghetto. Just to remind you, this book was published in 1945, which demonstrates how much of the things that you see going on today is the evolution of activities that were set in motion back then. Meaning none of this stuff is completely new and without a traceable history. Restrictions upon free competition for housing and the inability of the Black Belt to expand fast enough to accommodate the Negro population have resulted in such a state of congestion that Negroes are living 90,000 to the square mile as compared with 20,000 to the square mile in adjacent white apartment house areas, which is a lot of people to be placed in one area. especially to have high rates of young troublemakers and mentally unstable people, as the authors mentioned. 90,000 people per square mile is like Midtown Manhattan level density. To succeed in that type of environment, the place has to be clean, the buildings need to be in good condition, and the people have to be culturally suited for that environment. The circumstance for Negroes didn't meet these requirements. Since they entered the city last and are a low-income group, Negroes, in the aggregate, have inherited the worst sections of Midwest metropolis. Over half of Black metropolis lies in that area which the city planners and real estate interests have designated as blighted. That's the first issue. Negroes were congested and deteriorating buildings. The blighted areas have come into being as a part of the process of uncontrolled city growth. For as Midwest metropolis has grown, spontaneously and in response to economic utility, its center has become a citadel of imposing office buildings, surrounded by an ever-widening belt of slums. Chicago's downtown had large commercial buildings, but all around it grew the Black ghetto. Now, what does this have to do with anything? We're about to find out. As the city expands, this slum land becomes valuable as the site of future wholesale establishments, warehouses, transportation terminals, and light industries. Where Negroes lived stood valuable land. Remember, this is next to downtown, in the sticky areas of the city. So even though the buildings had been depreciating, the land itself kept gaining value, and the whites realized this. No one wishes to invest in new housing upon these potentially valuable spots. Housing already there is allowed to deteriorate and is then torn down. From the standpoint of residential desirability, this entire area is blighted. The superficial observer believes that these areas are blighted because large numbers of Negroes and Jews, Italians and Mexicans, homeless men and vice gravitate there. But real estate boards, city planners, and ecologists know that the Negro, the foreign-born, the transients, pimps, and prostitutes are located there because the area has already been written off as blighted. So essentially, the city treated it as undesirable first. And that's why those people ended up concentrated there. The city's outcasts of every type have no choice but to huddle together where nobody else wants to live and where rents are relatively low. Because where else would you live if you were forced into low-income jobs and couldn't afford better housing? Midwest metropolis does not intend to keep on growing haphazardly. Why not? City planners and the larger real estate interests hope someday to control its growth. And Chicago's master plan calls for the eventual reclamation of the inner city, with a garden belt of privately financed medium rental apartments replacing the slums. They plan to get the land back. Did you just think that they were going to give up the land and no one from that community was going to have a plan to reclaim it? Heck no, it doesn't work that way. Now, today, Blacks live in some of the stickiest areas in the city. And many of them don't even realize just how valuable the land is that they occupy. Over here in Tampa, Blacks live in Ybor City and East Tampa. And both of those areas are located close to downtown, close to shopping centers, close to the airport. In Las Vegas, the predominantly Black neighborhood is the historic West Las Vegas. And that neighborhood is right over the freeway from downtown and a couple minutes drive to the Strip. In New York, Blacks have Harlem, which is one of the stickiest locations in the country. Harlem was so sticky when I went and walked through it, I had to stop myself from coming up with my own gentrification plans. Because it appeared as though Blacks weren't doing much with it at all. And other people were just moving right on in for the taking. So a lot of people want these areas badly, but they just don't want the people in the area. So they strategize and they plan and they use legal loopholes to get them out over time. Just like the authors say the city planners and real estate professionals hope to do. Here, it is hoped, Members of the new middle class will make their homes close to the loop where they work and well within the city limits. Why wouldn't they want to make it their home? I believe most people deep down really don't want to live in the suburbs, especially the kids. They definitely don't want to live there. I think most, not all, but most people would prefer to live in the city where it's lively and it feels active. But
what the hell is he talking about? Who is most people? I would think most people would want their kids to have like a front or back lawn to play in.
The issue for many cities, especially the big cities in America, is that it costs so much money to live in a nice, safe, quiet area. And this was not by accident. It was intentionally done by the use of that master social engineering tool called the zoning code. But we're going to talk more about that in later commentaries. Let's get back to it. The blighted areas will thus be reclaimed. To reclaim something means the owner lost it and then got it back. We have to remember that even what is called today the black neighborhood didn't originally belong to blacks. Blacks were late comers into the city. Before them, whites or European immigrants occupied those neighborhoods. And before them, it was in the hand of the natives. And even before them, it was occupied by wildlife. You see? This is just a product of life, being that we are in continuous motion and occupying an ever-changing reality. Let's continue. Low-cost housing nearer steel mills and industrial plants in the suburbs will be constructed, also for the most part with private funds, to attract the skilled and semi-skilled workers. Those workers are referring to white workers. The authors claim the plan was to attract the skilled and semi-skilled workers out to the suburbs and bring the middle-class whites back into the inner city, because they understood that the suburbs wasn't where the value lied. It was in the city. But some question marks remain.
What?
Asked an official of a Negro civic agency.
Do the Chicago Real Estate Board and the city plan to do with the Negroes who now live in the blighted areas?
Uh-oh.
Will restrictive covenants be relaxed so they, too, can move to the suburbs and near suburbs?
This was during the Depression, when Negro labor was not in demand, and the answer of a member of the real estate board was crisp.
We have no plans for them. Perhaps they can return to the South.
Oh, snaps. It was wild back then, wasn't it? They apparently had a plan to get them out of the city, but that's where the planning for them stopped. After that, blacks would be left on their own and they'd have to figure it out for themselves. The realtor's remark reflected the rather general antagonism of Chicago taxpayers toward the 40,000 Negroes who migrated to black metropolis during the Depression. The Great Depression was from 1929 to 1939. So during this time, an additional 40,000 Negroes came to Chicago, and it made the taxpayers hot. Why? Because many understood that their tax dollars would be used to aid the recently arrived migrants. There was a tendency during this period to feel that Midwest metropolis had no responsibilities toward an unwanted population which was crowding into the already saturated Black Belt. Vacancy rates for the entire city were low, and no new areas of occupancy were open to Negroes until near the eve of the Second World War, when 1 square mile was added to Black metropolis. It is ironic that the lone federal housing project within the Black Belt actually displaced 16 more families than it accommodated. The Second World War brought 60,000 more Negroes to the city, this time a welcome addition to the labor market. The Second World War picked up right after the Depression. It ran from 1939 to 1945. And during this time, 60,000 more Negroes came to Chicago. But their labor was needed, so this time they were welcomed. These Negroes, upon whom the city depends for much of its unskilled and semi-skilled labor, and for a large part of its domestic service, continue to pile up upon one another within these congested areas. As they do so, morbidity and mortality rates rise out of all proportion to those in the rest of the city. That came from the unsanitary environment, which the city and the property owners were primarily to blame for. Crime and juvenile delinquency rates, too, indicate that serious maladjustments are present in the Black Belt. That's what happened when their mentality merged with the congested Black Belt environment. When you mix flour and water together, you get dough. When you mix the Negro mentality with the Black Belt environment, you get high crime and juvenile troublemakers. Black Metropolis acquires the reputation of being a slum area, and the bare statistical record and surface impressions seem convincing evidence that Negroes make undesirable neighbors. This estimate of Negroes is reinforced deliberately by the real estate interests and incidentally by the press and radio. Rumor and chance impressions further confirm the reputation of Black Metropolis as a rough neighborhood. Whenever an institution in the Negro community launched a drive for funds, the evidences of community disorganization were emphasized in the press in order to stimulate charity. On one occasion, a citywide drive against syphilis involved the uncritical publication of statistics and maps, which suggested that the Black Belt was a cesspool of disease, the actual words of one newspaper. Such publicity helped to fix the reputation of Midwest Metropolis during the Depression. A new liberal daily, The Sun, appearing in 1941, inaugurated a less sensational approach to Black Belt problems, but the reputation of the area was already fixed. Here we go with the reputation talk again. The ideas and feelings that come to people when they hear a name. So when the outside public heard the name Black Belt, the idea that constantly appeared from the depths of their unconscious mind was rough area, disease, the cesspool, accompanied by a feeling of disgust. Although the newspaper tried to soften the public's perception of this area, the authors claimed that by then the reputation was already fixed. The existence of these conditions has become a convenient rationalization for keeping Negroes segregated. The University of Chicago, with properties tangential to the Black Belt, neighborhood property owners associations all around it, and the Chicago Real Estate Board have visualized restrictive covenants as a permanent cordon sanitaire, meaning a controlled boundary to keep a group isolated from the rest of the city. Community leaders in Black Metropolis, as well as professional and businessmen generally, are worried about the area's reputation in the larger white world, a world which identifies each of them with the Black ghetto. No matter how successful they were, the white world still lumped them in with the rest of the blacks. That's how it goes when people give too much power to others to define their existence. Throughout 1938, one Negro weekly newspaper ran a symposium, Is the South Side Doomed?, encouraging discussion of community improvement. The series of articles revealed general agreement on the necessity for abolishing restrictive covenants if doom was to be averted. Community leaders devote much of their time and attention to petition, protest, and legal action designed to abolish restrictive covenants. They have been doing this for 20 years, without success. While aware of the economic and social forces which create the ghetto, they also cling tenaciously to the possibility of reducing life within the area to order and neatness. The only thing that can be reduced to order is chaos. Applying discipline to chaos creates order. So this was the least that could be done to deal with the situation at hand until things changed. This hope has resulted in cleanup campaigns, drives for increased police protection in health facilities, and the constant stimulation of community morale. These efforts are frustrated, however, by the necessity for trying to improve living conditions within an area too small to accommodate the population, given the present amount and quality of housing. As it becomes increasingly crowded and blighted, Black Metropolis's reputation becomes ever more unsavory. The city assumes that any Negroes who move anywhere will become a focal point for another little Black Belt with a similar reputation. This was a terrifying thing to whites. Not just a gimmick to hide racial prejudices, but a legitimate concern of theirs. They didn't want to live in that type of environment. And to them, blacks got all the blame for creating it. To allow the black belt to disintegrate would scatter the Negro population. To allow it to expand will tread on the toes of vested interests, large and small, in the contiguous areas. To let it remain the same size means the continuous worsening of slum conditions there. To renovate it requires capital, but this is a poor investment. It is better business to hold the land for future business structures, or for the long talked of rebuilding of the Black Belt as a white office workers' neighborhood. The real estate interests consistently oppose public housing within the Black Belt, which would drive rents down and interfere with the ultimate plan to make the Black Belt middle class and white. There we have it, the plan to take back Black inner city Chicago. That plan must not have worked that well because blacks are still there in very large numbers. Now, is there still an organized plan to do this today? I think so. It's the city we're talking about. And there's a lot of millennials on forward that are attracted to city life. And from what I've seen, there is gentrification taking place in certain areas in South Chicago. So I guess we'll just see how things change over time in this nonstop, endless flow of motion. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Yeah. Let's see here. Got
they tried to keep blacks secluded in one.
Got one more that just dropped by him a few minutes ago, as a matter of fact. Well, it looks like nobody is going to be coming up, so we will watch this, and then I got one more after this, and then we will be done. Didn't come up to just play videos. Or did I?
Public perception and prejudice were some of the key tools used to keep blacks in their designated place. We may not realize it, but it wasn't only politicians or laws. It was regular folks who also kept the gates, the store owners, the landlords, the teachers, the middle-class whites running the everyday life in the city. Not just blocking black progress outright, but making it slow and keeping the doors halfway open and halfway shut. We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Respect.
I have nothing against the black man as a black man.
These were the words of a white drugstore owner. He claims to not have any surface level prejudice towards the black man.
He comes into my place of business and I sell him. Not many come in as there aren't a lot of colored people around 63rd and Woodlawn or Dorchester.
This was sometime before 1945. So the demographics of that neighborhood were obviously different because today that area is predominantly black or African American, whichever they decide to identify as.
But I don't want to live with niggers any more than you or any other white person does.
Plain and simple. He says he doesn't have a problem with them on the surface, but he doesn't want to live around them, and he has the right to feel that way.
People who say I like the colored people and don't see why others can't get along with them don't talk practical common sense. Theoretically, all this talk is all right, but you get a white man of this sort to come right down and live with a nigger, and he won't do it.
All that talk sounds good in theory. Whites all hold hands with Negroes and let's all get along together. But that's just talk. He says in practice, those same whites promoting this idea will not live next to blacks. And this reminds me of the higher income earning Atlanta whites during the civil rights movement. We're going to talk about that in some upcoming books. Many of them joined with the blacks to promote desegregation of the city. And as a result, the middle and lower income earning whites felt that they were thrown under the bus. And that's because the higher income whites lived far away from blacks, and they didn't have to send their kids to schools with them or mingle with them. They had them in private schools. But the middle and lower income earning whites did have to send theirs to the same school. So desegregation was promoted by people who didn't have to and really didn't want to live next to blacks. This is in line with what this person is expressing here.
They're different from whites and always will be, and that is why white people don't want them around.
Referring to culturally and physically. To him, the difference was large enough to make whites want separation from them. Which again, I really don't see anything wrong with people freely associating with whom they desire to associate with.
But the only thing we can do, it seems to me, is make the best of it and live peaceably with them. The North can never do what the South does. Down there, it is pure autocracy. I might say like Russia. That might have worked here in the North from the start, but it can't be started now, and we wouldn't want such autocracy anyway. They are citizens, and it is up to us to teach them to be good ones. How it can be done, I don't know. It will have to come slow, and no one can give an offhand solution. Everybody says, we don't want the with us. Well, here they are, and we can't do anything. Must let them live where they want to and go to school where they want to, and we don't want to force their rights away.
This last part was similar to what was said in a previous commentary. How the guy wanted Negroes to have all the rights, but just stay in your own community. So what this person here is speaking was the widespread sentiment among whites. Now, did all whites think this way? No. Did the vast majority? I would say yes. This coexistence of folk prejudices with the belief that Negroes should have a chance to develop, if they can, was expressed during the same period by a number of white community leaders. One of the main sources of racial tension in Midwest metropolis is confusion and apprehension about what social change will mean. A very small minority probably feel that the ultimate result of the Negro's rise in status will be amalgamation. That's full social mixing, widespread intermarriage, cultural merging, and the possibility of blending into one group. A fearful thing for many whites. But according to the authors, only very few thought that this would be the outcome. A larger number feel that Negroes and whites will continue to remain socially separate, which is what happened. Very few people think that it is possible to deport Negroes or that they will voluntarily leave the country. And why would they? They viewed the country as theirs just as much as it was every other citizen's. Negroes earned their spot in the country by fighting in all the major U.S. wars. And on top of that, like I said before, this is their country of origin. American Negroes didn't come from Africa. That's hard for a lot of people to understand. Most of their ancestors did, but they didn't. They originated on this landmass, so there was no country to deport them to. So that's like saying, tell the white Americans to go to Europe. White Americans don't come from Europe. They come from America. Their ancestors come from Europe. Let's continue. The general hope seems to be that Negroes will remain segregated socially and in separate neighborhoods and will be content therewith. That they will not force the pace of breaking the job ceiling to the point of precipitating violence, and that they will use their political power wisely. Few people have consciously thought out any such position, but when the Negro issue is raised, or when some incident focuses attention upon Negroes as a problem, this is the type of solution that seems to crystallize in the popular mind. Events, however, are continually forcing white people in Midwest metropolis to face up to their relations with Negroes. When the problem arises, either in actuality or in conversation, they must choose sides, and the tension between democratic idealism and actual practice demands resolution. Choose between what they say they believe in, democracy and equality, and what they actually do, maintaining inequality. When in the throes of such an intellectual and moral crisis, people are susceptible to education and counter-propaganda. During a strike or a war or a depression, education and counter-propaganda can be very effectively used to point up the necessity for integrating Negroes more fully into American life. In those events, humans are more vulnerable to change. So that's when ideas like we are all American is more likely to stick. And Negroes are more likely to be accepted. That's because in these situations, the need for unity outweighs the desire to keep things separate. Most of the social engineers in Midwest Metropolis are primarily interested in a long-time program of education and counter-propaganda as a means of changing the folk prejudices. What's a social engineer? These are people who deliberately work to shape public attitudes, behaviors, and social structures over time, like policymakers and activists. So the social engineers in Chicago were interested in how to use education and counter propaganda to shape the minds of white society and break down some of those popular prejudices they had. They see their problem as one of gradually changing the tone of the press, radio, and screen. They recognize the fundamental necessity of utilizing the schools for incidental intercultural education and the churches for direct indoctrination. See, some people think it's a game when I talk about planting seeds in the garden of your mind, but it's not. There are people out there who know exactly what they're doing, and they know the tools to use to get the job done. And what better tools than the church and the education system to do it? One Negro speaker at the mayor's conference, after admitting the need for education, said,
"The education we need most is the education of association."
Another speaker, deploring the fact that residential segregation tends to separate Negro and white school children, stated,
"It is tragic that American boys and girls in the most impressionable period of their lives are prevented from having the natural and normal contacts which a mixed school system provides. The separate school system develops hatreds, suspicions, and disrespect, which are carried over into our work and play life as we reach adulthood. It is significant that persons who have been taught by both white and colored teachers are more willing to work and play side by side with each other than those who have not had this broadening experience."
Is he one of the whites that the person in the beginning talked about, who says all these magic words about everyone getting along, but in practice will not live next to Negroes? I don't know. But what I do know is you've got to watch him. This almost mystical faith in getting to know one another as a solvent of racial tensions is very widespread. It is undoubtedly true that mere contact is likely to result in some degree of understanding and friendliness. It is equally true, however, that contact can produce tension and reinforcement of folk prejudices, especially if one group is acting in a way that reaffirms the ideas the other group had about them. If they don't act that way, then it could be set aside and pronounced as pure nonsense. So the authors are saying that this getting to know one another can act as a two-edged sword by either building friendships or hardening prejudices. On the adult level, this is especially true if the contact is between Negroes and whites of very different socioeconomic levels. Dr. Charles S. Johnson, the sociologist who directed the study of the race riot in 1919 and served as consultant for the mayor's committee in 1944, called attention to this fact when he observed concerning migrants that
the attention of the public may become focused upon the strangeness of the newcomers, upon the mannerisms and folkways that were developed in their social isolation from the best examples of public decorum.
Referring to them bringing mannerisms and behaviors that were first developed in slavery, afterwards modified slightly in the rural South when they were free, and then eventually brought to Chicago. Behaviors and mannerisms which developed out of isolation from the best example of public decorum, according to him.
These are given high visibility by the conspicuous features of the Negroes, as well as by their strangeness. Almost invariably, this reinforces racial stereotypes which carry unpleasant and even threatening implications. The areas of contact in racial intercommunication are wider and still widening in labor groups, in some industrial establishments, in some public conveniences outside the Black Belt, and in unsegregated transportation. These broaden contacts, while they accelerate the accommodation and assimilation, also create new temporary problems.
If contact is to play any direct part in breaking the color line, it must be accompanied by a meeting of minds and must involve people of similar taste and interest. That's the key. People of similar interest. not trying to force people together who don't share important things in common. It is a significant trend of the last 15 years that an increasingly large number of higher status Negroes and whites have been getting to know one another, while, concurrently, thousands of Negroes and whites at the working class level have become organized into the same unions. And that's a great thing. If whites and blacks want to get together and know each other and mingle, they should do so. If another group of whites wants to just mingle amongst the whites, they should be able to do so. And the same goes for blacks and any other self-identifying group. The point is that it works when it's by choice and not by force. These close contacts result in various types of cooperative action and in the multiplication of individual friendships. It is doubtful, however, whether they play a dominant part in shifting the line of color. There are, for instance, perhaps a score of highly trained Negroes in Midwest metropolis who have close and friendly relations with the city's influential and wealthy. These relations, although primarily those between philanthropist and civic leader, often have semi-social extensions, meaning public or professional social events, not private home get-togethers. While such contacts have undoubtedly done much to influence the tone of the press and to secure some mitigation of the Negro's subordinate status, they cannot affect a major break in the job ceiling or the abolition of residential segregation. As we have mentioned, the members of the white middle class set the tone of Negro-white relations in Midwest metropolis. Whites as their authorities and Negroes as their subordinates. And most of the whites wanted a relationship no further than this. Immigrants and their children see in them a model for imitation as they strive to become Americanized. The European immigrants copy that relationship as they absorb themselves into white American consciousness. They began to think of themselves as better than Negroes because of the many examples set by the native whites. The basic type of contact that the Negro has with members of the white middle class is economic. He has to do with them as employers, managers, and officials. He is the customer buying from white merchants and salespeople, the debtor facing creditors and collection agents, the client of lawyers, and the patient of doctors and dentists. Large numbers of Negroes are also in competition with the white lower middle class for jobs in skilled labor or clerical pursuits. Even when the Negro confronts middle-class white people in non-economic relations, he usually does so as a subordinate, as a student under white teachers, a client dependent upon relief workers, a black criminal facing the white law, most of the time encountering whites in a subordinate position. Such contacts do little to create goodwill among white people, but they do leave a residue of resentment among Negroes. The Negro middle class views the white middle class as its competitor, and the Negro lower class sees it as an exploiter. The highly charged relations between the white middle class and the Negroes is a force for social change, though in a negative sort of way. Negroes are stimulated to organize their opposition. They fight to break the job ceiling, to smash restrictive covenants, to dislodge white people from the economic and political control of the Black Belt. Such activities may disturb the racial peace, but they develop self-confidence among Negroes and play an important part in
Sorry about that, folks. I was testing out a link. Jewel, the link at the top of the chat works. Unfortunately, I clicked it and it. Well, I had two instances of StreamYard open and took down the wrong one, so that's my bad. But the link worked for me, Jewel. What's up, Crown
a
Reese?
major step in the disruption of white supremacy.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty
Another
good. How have you
blow to
been?
bring
Long
it
time no
down
see.
like David did to Goliath. The almost complete isolation of the Negro middle class from the white middle class and the organization of their relations in terms of antagonism will no doubt continue so long as residential segregation and the job ceiling remain. Feeble attempts have been made by some of the churches and YWCA groups to sponsor teas, meetings, forums, discussion groups, etc., for bringing Negroes and whites together, but these tend to be artificial and both sides are usually under strain. It was unnatural. It felt forced, like I'm only here because I'm supposed to be. And that's because forced relationships generally don't work. Any major shifts in the social evaluation of Negroes will have to come from their being accepted as equals in a wide range of semi-social situations. Those are places like churches, schools, social clubs, and other public spaces. It had to be equal treatment in those types of places, not just treatment as second-class citizens, and by a break in the job ceiling so that a much larger number of Negroes can function permanently in white-collar and supervisory positions, which eventually did happen. When major shifts in the Negro status have occurred, it has usually not been as the result of education and counter-propaganda, or of engineered contacts operating in a vacuum. They have come in response to the demands of economic necessity and political expediency, like both world wars, which caused labor shortages and required Negroes to fill them, and eventually the civil rights era. So blacks had to scrap hard to increase status, and whites fought just as hard to prevent that from happening. That's what gatekeepers do when someone attempts to barge through their doors. So with that, I hope you've enjoyed this commentary. I thank you right now for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Hey, Jewel. How you been?
Hey, Stanley,
Good.
pretty good. How about you?
The
Not too bad.
manosphere, the
I'm down in Savannah, and apparently I don't have enough to do.
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't usually do like 12-hour streams these days, but I don't have the
Is that what you
usual
did
housework.
today?
Yeah, and then I didn't have anything to do, so I just fired up another one. But I can't go too late because I plan on doing the morning show.
Okay, well, I won't stay too late. I don't want to argue. I would like to just chat whatever we do. I don't feel
Oh,
like arguing
don't
today.
give me anything to argue about.
Well, we already started a little in the chat, but that's fine. Let's just watch your video and then we can talk. And hi, everybody in chat. I'm not in chat right now. Love you all.
Let's see.
red pillars, they are
Oh,
destroying
this is
relationships.
wait, hold
We
it.
have talked about this before in this article from the
The name of this video is "The Manosphere is Destroying Relationships," and I agree. Actually, I kind of think the Manosphere prevents relationships from starting, but I guess if you're in one, it can destroy it.
the
Honestly, as
manosphere,
a
the
woman,
red
can I
pillars,
say
they
something
are
before she
destroying.
keeps going?
Oh boy!
I'm sorry.
We're arguing already.
Well, we're not arguing. I just think that there's problems on both sides, especially in the younger people. There's some dumb young women out there that just want money, that just want status, that, they aren't looking for love. So that's all I want to say. There's a little on both sides. But we'll focus on the fuckery in the manosphere right now.
I think the Manosphere is literally full of sissies, whiny baby sissies.
Too bad.
I
said that's too bad.
Well, it's too bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, I only deal with real men, so.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? Don't do your window shopping on a Manosphere YouTube panel.
Good advice.
Relationships. We have talked about this before, and this article from the CBC out of Canada is talking about it now. It says family.
Wait, hold it. You know what, Clue? This chick on the panel is your daddy.
lawyer says he's seeing a new trend of the manosphere leading to divorce. And even with this news cycle here in America with the MAGA people and MAGA men getting divorced and women not wanting to date these extra conservative people because it's all about these strict traditional roles that men are pushing towards, and women are like, absolutely not, we don't want it. And it's all coming to a head right now. We're seeing this all over the place. Let's get into this article. All right, let's get to the article. It says, in retrospect, Kinsey Sproat thinks there were warning signs that all was not right in her year-long relationship. She says her partner seemed to shift from a gentleman to someone who controlled and ridiculed her. I'm kind of ashamed, the 23-year-old university student said. I totally just listened to him, and then at the end, I was like, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. She first got involved in the long-distance relationship with an American military man a few years ago. She said the red flags began popping up 6 months in when he began shaming her over her appearance, blowing up her phone if she didn't respond to his text, and expressing jealousy over her friendships with other men. She realizes now she didn't see how his behavior started affecting her. I got used to it. I got used to the condescension. She thinks the online content he consumed, such as the manosphere creators like the Top G, the Top Potato, and Joe Rogan, was part of what shaped his behavior. He would make jokes about how many good points the Top Potato has, she said, referring to the kickboxer turned controversial social media influencer who describes himself as a misogynist. When they broke up more than a year later, she felt only fleeting sadness. The next day, I felt physically lighter and I was over it. While Sproat got out of her relationship without headaches or paperwork, not everyone is so lucky. Family lawyer Scott Byers, who's based in Swift Current, Saskatchewan, said he and his colleagues have started seeing some of the factors Sproat described becoming a reason for divorce. It started with the pandemic and couples having diverging views on things like vaccination, but that's shifted more recently, Byers said. As the years have passed since the pandemic, I'm certainly seeing more clients come in telling me my spouse isn't the person I knew when we met. He puts his earbuds in and he's listening to these podcasts and a lot of thinkers associated with the so-called manosphere. Byers said he believed online misogyny feeds a culture of coercion and abuse. It's a new and unsettling dynamic. He said one woman he represented told him that her husband had been injured on the job and, unable to work, started spending more time online and consuming what Byers described as radical ideas about gender. He started to express views about how their children should be raised and that my client just couldn't accept. Byers said these men often want to represent themselves during divorce proceedings, animated by a perception that the family court is biased against husbands and fathers. They see this as the fight of their lives, and they're fighting the good fight on behalf of men and boys everywhere. Byers says this can make it hard to have practical discussions over important elements of a divorce, like child support and parenting schedules. Their head just is not there. What is the manosphere? Neil Sheminsky, who is Professor Neil, we've seen him on social media. He does make videos. All right, so we'll call it Professor Neil. He's a professor of English at Cambrian College at Sunbury, Ontario, who has talked about the manosphere in podcasts and online videos. He describes it as a misogynist movement that feels that feminism has won. Feminism has won. That is the manosphere in a nutshell. They are mad that feminists and women are getting some rights. Women have not just achieved equality, but now women are in the driver's seat, and that is wrong. And it is both natural and good for men to be in positions of power and leadership. All right, he continues. The manosphere broadly takes a view that men and women should return to what are seen as traditional roles, he said. Influencers who operate in this sphere suggest the only thing that women are good for is relations and popping out babies or maybe picking up after you. And that is precisely why the manosphere, the red pill, Theo bros, MAGA men, why they go at it with women like me. who are feminists, who believe that women are more than just an incubator, wife appliance, bang maid. That is precisely the reason why they are in direct opposition to me and why they jump into my comment section whining. I'm going to pause from this article and come back to Professor Neal in just a moment. So this man made a comment under one of my videos, basically saying that red pill and feminism are the exact same. This person says red pill and feminism are just two sides of the same coin. It's all the same evil to me. On the other side, men also have videos just like this and similar, if not identical comment sections. It's crazy. You can literally match the same angry comments and theories from both sides. I treat both movements as cults. They never offer solutions that unite. Both say what men and women in pain want to hear whilst sowing division through various teachings. So, to that, I said there won't be unity. Women are speaking on being autonomous beings with opportunities. Red pill says women who are financially independent are masculine. There will never be an overlap. And they say much more. They say, just like Professor Neal said, women are literally here to be, you know, the sex relief, the orgasm relievers. They're here to clean up after them. And women are here to be incubators, and that's it. And that's going to always be in direct opposition to what feminists want when we say things like women should have autonomy of our bodies and be, you know, we're more than just that. And so, you know, red pill is trying to put us back in a box, and women are continuously trying to bust out of boxes. We're not the same because we're not trying to oppress men. That righteous anger and that righteous indignation that they see from us, obviously we think that
Stanley,
women
can
should
we
not be
pause,
oppressed, but
please?
to men who want us.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
could have said like 10 things by now. I bet you she doesn't have kids yet. Does she have kids? Does she have children yet?
I think she's pregnant.
Okay, well she's gonna find out. I mean, there's
Find
bullshit
out
on
what
both
exactly.
sides. What
Well,
exactly?
she
And
is married, by the way.
well, that's great, and I get like wanting to be equal, make the same amount of money. I've
Is
been
that what she
in all
said?
these. Well, no, as far as being, the feminist. Are you feminist? Like she's talking like I'm a feminist and then anti.
Okay,
I'm
well,
neither.
you know
I'm with
what?
that comment.
Here is a problem I have had, and maybe it's just I don't know what it is, but I am noticing how people in this particular space take too many assumptions, and does every feminist think that salaries should be equal? I mean, how do you know if you don't ask her if she doesn't volunteer?
Yeah,
How do
I
you
don't
know
know.
what her particular I mean, I think there are probably 100 different types of feminism.
Sure. But just a minute ago, she said, well, they think that women are just for, basically orgasms, reproduction, and cleaning up after them. And
Gotcha. Now my question to you is, where do salaries come into that particular statement?
well, it depends on if you're working or not. I've
Okay, I
been
think
I've
I
been the
think you're
working
putting
mom,
words.
I've been the working single mom, I've also been the stay-at-home mom. I have all three views, and guess one's better, in my opinion.
Okay,
The
I have
stay-at-home
no
one.
clue. I have no clue how this is connected to what she said about orgasms and cleaning up.
She was talking about that okay, that's the value the manosphere sees in women, but women
And
want to
you
be
know,
more. They want to
I
do more, and
literally
I get
I
that.
literally agree with her on that. I hear some of these folks go on about their version of subservience, etc. Look, I was in T's chat a few weeks ago in 12th man. What's his name? Tough Guy was up there. And I don't know whether Tough Guy had had a couple drinks or just what the deal was, but he literally said to Mo Love, I think it was, that black women should respect black men just because they're black men.
Oh,
That no other they
No.
should black women should be subservient. Maybe that was the word that he used. Just because he's a black man, they don't have to know
No.
him. Just because, well, that is about the most. That is like iconic. The iconic quote that I associate with the manosphere. She doesn't have to
Yeah.
know me. I'm just a black man, and I expect her to be respectful. You know, respectful to a point to where she's subservient. And I'm like, you know what? You might as well be Muslim. You know, why let women even out into the public unless she has a male escort?
Yeah.
That
I
way
mean,
she
I
does
agree with
that.
you. That sounds awful. That's awful for him to even
Right,
say or to think that way.
and I'm not
So what's he think about white women? They're just complete nothingness
okay.
trash, or
Okay, wait, hold
I
it.
don't know.
What do I think about white women?
No, tough guy. Does he think that's like what's he? Because he said black.
You know what? His baby mama is a white woman. I have no clue. I just heard what he said on that panel, and they were going a little bit back and forth. You know, there was a little male female contention there, but that statement stood out. I'm like, how can you expect a woman, like some random woman on the street, just to respect you because you're a black man? She has no idea who you are.
Yeah, I
And
agree. That sounds toxic.
better yet, this was on a nightish panel the other day. I had someone literally. These guys were talking about some guy was on a bus or something like that, and he got up to give his seat to a woman, and she didn't thank him when she sat down. And I mean,
wow.
they literally went on for like almost an hour and a half about women. Just like, you know, if I open a door and a woman doesn't thank me, I literally had a guy said that it is a man's job to let a woman know when she is being rude. Not like a daughter or a wife or a relative, just like, hey, if I open the door and a woman walks through it and doesn't say thank you, it's my duty to let her know that she is so rude. And I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And this is
I mean, I hear
this is
you.
a dude who's religious.
But is that a male female thing or is that a human thing? Because there's been times when
No,
I've opened door going, wait, let me
okay.
finish, please.
All I have to
So
say is the context is, look, if you open the door for a stranger and she doesn't say thank you, who knows? Maybe she's distracted, maybe her mind is in the clouds, but you don't know the woman. It's like a 30-second encounter. Are you really going to stop what you're doing to let her know that she's rude, or are you just going to blow it off and go, gee, she's rude, and go about your business? I just think that you don't do that to people you don't know. If it was your daughter, maybe, or maybe even your wife, dude, you don't. This is some random stranger.
yeah, well, I've opened the door for random strangers and they don't say thank you.
Okay,
And
you're not
sometimes I
getting my
say, you're
point.
welcome. You're welcome. And if
Right,
they look
but
at me
you're
like,
not.
I didn't
If
say
that
thank you, bitch, I'm
person,
like, I just
if that
smiled.
person had not said hello, thank you, would you address that person and call him or her rude?
No, I just say you're welcome because you never know. Like, somebody's having a bad day, like you're saying, or they weren't paying attention or whatever. The point is, if you're
Okay,
doing something
let me
gracious,
tell
be
you what I
gracious about
think.
it.
I
If you're
think
doing
a
something
man,
gracious, be gracious.
I
Be
think a
giving, be
man
kind.
who is going to be that petty isn't a man.
That's fair. Sure,
And
that's fair, I guess.
opening the door really wasn't about courtesy or chivalry. It was pure performance, and you need your performance appreciated.
Okay, maybe. It depends on the person, I
So,
guess. But yeah, that could be the case.
the bottom line is, if most people, and you know, the only person who had a sane point of view was literally the only white guy on the panel, and that was Flow State. Flow State was like, dude, 99% of the time you're going to get a thank you. That one time you don't. Are you really going to make a big deal out of it? That's crazy work.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a big deal. And there's a lot of ego bullshit
But
going
no,
on. There's bullshit on both sides.
there was a guy on that panel going, you know, if some hoe or some bitch doesn't say, I'm like, what?
Then why'd you open the door for a hoe?
How did we get to calling some hypothetical woman the B word, opening a hypothetical door? This dude is using this language, and it's just a hypothetical. What is
Oh,
up
it was
with
just a
these men?
hypothetical. It wasn't like it was an experience he had.
No, it was literally a hypothetical.
I thought you were saying a real experience.
No.
That's crazy.
Well, even if it was a real experience, I don't know why you would actually get that wrapped around the axle. But no, this was hypothetical.
That's wild.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's
And
stuff
it wasn't,
wrong on both sides.
and Jewel, he wasn't a young man. This man is in his 40s.
Well, is he a narcissist? I'm just asking.
No, he's
You
a
sure?
religious. He's a religious guy.
Well,
That's why
people
it
can
was
be
shot up.
religious and narcissists.
Right, but I'm saying you would never think this kind of pious guy would react that way to a hypothetical or real life.
That's true. So is he going to call her that at church if he's religious?
I don't know. I'm just saying it was kind of shocking to hear that kind of language for some made up scenario. He
sure.
was kind of getting into it. So, and you know what? I've listened to Bible studies where this guy's like, you know, quoting scripture and stuff. It just kind of shocked me.
The same person?
Yes.
Wait, who was this?
I'm not gonna say.
No, I think you said was it tough guy?
Because I
Was it
like
guy?
no, it wasn't tough guy. You know, I wouldn't, if tough guy had said that, it wouldn't surprise me.
All right. I'll go back and
Let's
listen
get back
if
to
I
this.
remember. Yeah,
Now,
but I
the
didn't
thing
even
is,
comment on what I could have said 10 different things about this video already, though.
I will go right ahead.
Well, probably lost in the sauce with some of them, but okay, yeah, there is some toxic masculinity out there, but like newsflash, it was there before MAGA because my second husband was a complete asshole and awful, and that was way before any MAGA stuff. So it's really about dynamics with people, trauma, and whether you heal or not, you know, from your childhood traumas and who you end up being or who you decide to be. So there are toxic men out there, there's toxic females out there, but I want to go back to a point because I remember you telling the story about you and your wife and what you decided was best for your family and your child, even though she was educated and she could have a very good job. She decided to stay home because you guys decided that was best for your family. And I believe that at the core. Like, yeah, you can make money, but do you want somebody else raising your child? Do you maybe want to be sending your child to some pedo that you don't know is a pedo, or somebody that's going to groom your kid to want to be trans or something? Like, those are concerning things, and you should be instilling your own values in your own children. And you even made that choice. So let's just like think about that in context of everything that we're listening to.
Okay, why would I do that?
What?
Again, I don't see the connection.
You don't see the connection.
She's talking about
women should stay home and take care of the family or whatever. And a certain, I mean, yeah, you kind of should if you can. If you can afford to, that's what's best for your baby.
I don't think that was her argument. Her argument was that certain men think that women are basically just objects to, you know, clean up after them and to give men
satisfy them.
Yeah. So that really,
no, I agree that that's wrong too.
I think there are plenty of stay-at-home moms whose husband don't treat them like, objects.
Right. I'm with you. Okay, so the
So,
manosphere isn't, I see, clearly I didn't know what the definition of manosphere meant because I thought
well,
it was like
I'm not
all
exactly
encompassing.
sure.
It's just this really little myopic group, I guess, is what you're saying.
No,
But
it's
to me,
it's
the
a movement.
toxicity could be different places. It's not just in MAGA
It's
men.
a
So there's
movement,
plenty of
and
MAGA men that love their wives
yeah,
and
she
appreciate them and
wasn't
respect
talking
them as
about
mothers.
MAGA men, was she?
There was a mention about that one girl in the beginning that was dating someone that was military and MAGA, and then she got out. Luckily she wasn't married to him yet, but he became that way. Remember?
Right. Well, here's the deal. Manosphere, it's kind of hard to describe, but it's like porn. You know it when you see it. So, I think like if you have ever listened to a hood conservative show, to me, hood conservative, I think Deacon Dave is in there. He'd probably disagree with me, but I think hood conservative is, if not directly manosphere, he is definitely manosphere-ish. There's a
Okay. I
lot of
mean, if it's like
misogyny.
what people are calling the red pill movement, then I get it.
I
But
think
to me, that's not what
that
red pill's supposed to be.
right, but it's how terms just kind of meld into each other. I would
Yeah.
rather just call them I call them basically, misfit toys. You remember
Yeah.
the island of misfit toys? That's pretty much
Yes.
somebody hurt these men in the past.
hmm Yeah, they're not healed. Okay, so yeah, let's go on with the video.
To be oppressed, they see that as being something negative. Paige says, damn, wanting equality and equity between sexes is evil to you. Yeesh. And then Ultra Ozzy, the man, says, I know you may not see it this way ever, and that's okay, but I feel like various feminist channels are doing the same damage to women as red pill to men, with both movements to radicalize men and women with their teachings and worldviews, their cults. So it is cultish to think that women deserve equality, equity, opportunities, autonomy, all of that. That makes us a cult. And to that, I guess I will be okay with that. Back to the article. All right, it says, when these online misogynistic trends began emerging a decade ago, it was really a movement of single men, Sheminsky said, or Professor Neal said. The greatest predictor of somebody identifying as a member of the manosphere is that they've been rejected by a woman recently. He said it's surprising to see it gaining traction among married men or men with girlfriends as well. This is a sign that those tendrils of the manosphere that I was talking about earlier are just permeating deeper and deeper into spaces that are mostly populated by men. The importance of connection and conversation. Both Byers and Sheminsky see the manosphere as an issue driven by complex economic and societal problems to which influencers offer simple solutions. The problem in their view is that men aren't men anymore. You got laid off from your job because you are not manly. Your boss is not manly. Maybe your boss is a woman, Sheminsky said. If we want to fix it, if we want to solve the problem, men just have to be men. You got to be much more manly, much more masculine. Ugh. And that's when we slip into being toxically masculine. And this is Scott Byers. This is the other guy that was talking, the one that is a lawyer, seeing that the uptick in divorces. Byers noted that he's not a relationship counselor, but said he does have a unique view on relationships through seeing how they come apart. He said couples may be able to get ahead of the marital breakdown over misogyny by having honest conversations about what they're reading, watching, and listening to online, and what they think about that content. If it's not enough to salvage that relationship, it would at least allow people to catch this at an earlier stage and make educated decisions about whether to stay and whether to go. As bad as her previous relationship became, Sproat hasn't given up on her belief that men can also be uplifting and positive forces for their female partners. This is the woman at the very beginning of this article. She says, I do wish there weren't so many men who subscribe to the ideas of public figures like the top G, the top potato, and the manosphere weirdos, but there's a lot that don't. Okay, so she's still positive that she's going to run into a guy. Sproat feels like she can tell a lot about her wonderful, amazing current partner by his friendships. He and his closest friend are loyal people who support their female partner's goals and want them to thrive, she said. There are good men, you just got to find them. And that is good because we are looking for more egalitarian relationships. We want more partnerships. So if you want your partner to go and succeed and achieve stuff, that is great, because many of these manosphere men, they want to suppress. They want opportunities down. They want us to dim our lights. They want us to be a little bit more quiet. And that is the difference between us. Like literally, some of us are assertive, confident. They want meek, submissive. And that's just not going to be many of us. That's the reason why some of us will continue to butt heads. But there are going to be people like me that will just keep on talking. Women of right now, we're changing. And so that is creating change in the relationship dynamics. What's happening today? Women today have more autonomy. We're demanding it. We have higher standards and more options, and even the option to just stay single. Many no longer feel compelled to just settle for emotionally unavailable or unequal partners. And so that is the reason why they come after feminists, because feminists have empowered women to demand reciprocity. We talk about this all the time. Pour into the people that have poured into you and demand.
That key right there that you said, emotionally unavailable men, that's part of the breakdown. And it's not, that only comes when someone's doing their own inner work on themselves and their issues or trauma or whatever it is. Because in a good relationship, there is partnership, and men protect the outside world, women protect the inside world. We create a safe space for you to be able to share your emotions and talk about feelings and talk about those things and hold space and love men through it. That's a good relationship. But those manosphere men have no clue about that.
Well, I think that I think these rigid gender roles are basically just ridiculous. Men protect the outside and women protect the inside.
I can't be a lumberjack, Stanley. I can't build a house.
Jewel. Okay, that's the other thing I've been fussing at people about. Don't put yourself in the middle of the argument I'm making. I'm not really talking about you. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, as a woman, there's a lot of things women can't do, and women are like, I can do everything. We can't, though.
Okay, again.
Can you open this pickle jar for me, Stanley?
I had to fuss at Ryan this morning. I called it Ryanism or something like that. I'm talking about something, and he interjects his personal life into the middle of the argument, and I wasn't even thinking about him. By the way,
but right now we're talking about females and males.
God damn, dude.
That's how it feels when you do it to people all the time. Okay, just so you know.
I do it better. And
okay, but you got pissed off, and I'm not pissed, so I'm winning.
To tell you that I'm not talking about you. I don't even know that much about your personal life. I think, and this is my personal experience, every couple is different. And if you go into a relationship with these rigid ideas of what the relationship is going to be, if it doesn't turn out to be that way, you will be sorely disappointed, if not outright bitter. Okay, I approached my wife. I kind of knew her background, we never really talked about gender roles because we were old enough. We just kind of knew where, we just knew how to be with each other. And you know what? My wife would hop on the lawn tractor and mow the lawn. She liked being outside. You know what? She could do it all. If I wasn't there to mow the lawn and she thought it should be mowed, this outside, inside, men can only do this, women can only do that. I find it
Stanley,
boring.
I've mown lawns. I've mown lawns.
I
That's not
don't
what it's
know why
about.
you think I'm talking about you.
I'm giving an example from a woman's perspective, just like you are. You said, this is my experience. I'm saying my experience. I'm with you. I get that. We're on the same page
All I'm
right now,
saying
believe it or
is that
not.
the rigid gender roles, and it's not just the manosphere who does it, it's conservatives in general, seem to have this weird fixation that there are men can only do this, women can only do that. And quite frankly, we are raising a generation of morons.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Hey, Dave, I didn't see you were in here. I'm so sorry.
I think that this rigid gender role stuff is exactly why they're falling birth rates and nobody wants to get married anymore.
It's more than that, I think, but sure,
Oh, I'm
that's a
sure it's
contributing
more, but
factor.
those are the two things we're talking about. I think that these rigid gender roles are blowing up marriage as we know it.
I agree. Can we say hi to Dave?
Hey, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, Joel.
Hey, man.
I just come up to ask a
Well,
question.
wait. Hey, Palomino, Ricky Z, you must be, if you think I'm straw manning her, does that mean you're hungry, horsey? All you're thinking about is straw or hay.
Stanley,
I guess
you know
horses,
that's a
horses
different
don't eat
meaning.
straw, they eat hay. There's a difference, I guess.
I think on both sides, when you have these groups of men that people disagree with, what is the concern with them? I don't get it. If they're the undesirables, why do they get to be the topic of discussion?
Well,
Same
they
as
make
on
themselves the topic of discussion. They get on YouTube and have panels.
it's simple. It's simple though. It's log off. It's don't watch.
Oh, no. You know what? It is like watching a train wreck. You cannot take your eyes off of it.
Hmm. To the point where you feel as if they're a concern to society. Is that where it
Well,
goes?
no. Basically, since I'm here and we're talking about this video, that's my concern. But I will tell you that ever since talking to SKC, you know what? I will go to some of these shows that I actually am a member of, like I'm a paying member. If I go to the show and there are 9 people up there and the topic is about, something I'm not interested in, I might go up there for 5, I might tune in for 5 minutes, but I really need to stop paying to be members of these shows because I've got to a point to where literally 95% of the time it's women going after men, it's men going after women. Like Sean Bracey, since he's not doing much these days. I guess he's on vacation or something. Like I've just kind of gotten bored with that Sean Bracey format. Every day it's either about Diddy, Carmelo, or men are this or women are that. That's literally the 4 topics on any given day. You will, if you make a bet, it's going to be one of those 4 topics, and it's just boring.
Yeah, P&D is very old. Like it's elementary on the internet. Everybody's talking about what they want a woman to do with a real man. This a real woman. They don't really say the real woman thing because it gets shut down before they get to that point. The criticism it does seem one sided. It's nobody's
Well, it
telling.
doesn't seem one-sided as much as it's repetitive. It's the same shit over and over.
Right. But I think Joel had a point. The gender roles are like
And
expectations.
I'm tired of hearing about gender roles. To be
It's
honest,
about expectations.
that's all we talk about. Men should be this, men should lead, women should be subservient. And it's like, I got into a major like kerfuffle on Mo Love's birthday because I'd been drinking a little bit and I hopped up there on her birthday show and I got into it with the world class and some other morons up there. And you know what? All these guys with these rigid gender roles, you know how I just blew, I think it was the world class TWC. I blew him out of the water because he was going on and on and on. And you know what I asked him? Well, how many baby mamas do you have?
What do you say?
I don't know, 2 or 3 or something like that.
Oh, world class, that's that debate guy.
No. You're thinking of the white guy, Easy. What is it? Speakeasy. That's who you're thinking of.
No, world class. He's always trying to debate somebody.
Okay, well maybe it was maybe he is a debate guy. He wasn't much of a debate guy because I blew him out of the water.
I would have loved to seen that. That's like a Titan clash. If you didn't.
I just literally asked him a simple question, and then when he told me, I just fucking roasted his ass. It's like, dude, you talking all this wannabe subservient bullshit. Dude, you have like 2 or 3 baby mamas. You know what? You got your hands full. You should just be glad if a woman even wants to like be in some sort of relationship with you.
That's where you're wrong.
Look,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's just my point of contention.
If I were a woman and I knew that some guy had like, 2 baby mamas, 2 sets of kids, fuck no. Why would I want, even if I were single, I'm not doing that. Not when they're
Stanley, you're not a woman.
Well, I understand that, but you know what my mother used to call situations like that? Different in many. These guys, I guess he was talking about guys, but women too. These people have many different women and different women. She just called them different in many. You have different mothers and many children, or different baby daddies, and you have many children. It's just a mess. Okay, and no self-respecting young man or young woman is going to want to be like, after a certain point in time, like when I was 35 and older, look, every woman I meet is probably going to have, a past of some sort. Or how did you make it all the way to 35 and not be married? There's going to be something there that's going to have to be explored, figured out, for suitability. But the one thing I was not going to do is I'm not going to marry a woman like divorce. Yeah, I guess she would have to be kind of like a really special woman, and the kids would have to be nice. But if you got two baby daddies, okay, I don't want another man fucking controlling what goes on in my house. Okay, if he has stepkids living in my house, and the thing is, okay, I need these kids ready by 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, that's running a schedule in my house. I'm not about to fucking do that. A man saying someone in my house needs to be ready to go at 8? No.
What if it's a judge, Stanley? Because usually that's court ordered.
That is, I don't give a fuck. I won't get into the relationship.
Yeah, but Stanley, you can't project what women want.
Okay, I can
for an example, but
let me tell you how I'm gonna project it. I'm not gonna get involved.
I understand. That's not what you would do.
I will not have another man controlling any schedule in my house except for me. I can tell people when to be ready, but no dude who isn't contributing a cent to my household is going to tell me when someone in my household needs to be ready to go. Another man
I really
controlling,
respect that, actually. I do.
there is no,
I
I would
really
rather stay, I would rather go pussyless. Because I'm gonna feel some sort of way every damn time it happens.
Stanley, we weren't talking about men.
Well, now we are.
Man,
Stanley
My
said, Dave.
my point is that after a certain age, you have to decide whether that person with the baggage, and I hate to be so callous, but she might be divorced. I can deal with a divorce, hey, we were married 10 years, it didn't work out. I can deal with that. Okay, but I cannot deal with I was divorced and then I got with another guy and we had another set of kids, or I was married twice and now I have two ex-husbands and two different sets of kids. Hell no.
nothing you're saying I disagree with, but as far as trying to shut a man down because he has two
I don't give a
baby
fuck. I
mothers,
will not. I'll never get to a point of shutting a man down because I'm not going to get involved with his ex-wife or his baby mom or whatever. It'll never come to that.
Dave, you've got I mean, that there's plenty of dudes out there who were just getting some to get some and accidentally got someone pregnant. They didn't love them or whatever, but now they have a baby with them. And then they're dumb enough to keep doing the same shit. Like, those
And
do exist.
I'm gonna admit that I'm an asshole. Okay. And I know I'm an asshole, and I know that I will feel a certain way every time, I'm having to wake up or my wife is having to wake up, waking me up to go fix an early breakfast on a Saturday so the step kid can go meet the dad, can meet the dad at a certain time to go to a baseball game or whatever the event might be. I'm gonna be bitter.
this lady is talking about manosphere dudes, and you just
I know it. Hey, Dave,
wait, you gotta let me finish the point.
The conversation has drifted.
But wait, let him
But
finish.
you're doing the manosphere thing. This is what one of the topics that comes up. And so now guys have collectively said they don't want women with kids.
Well, no. You know what? If I'm doing a manosphere thing, it's by accident, but this might be something. Now, the thing is I'm going to have to basically not have sex. Basically, I'm going to have to be on my own because I'm not going to compromise. So in the end, I don't want another man to suffer. I don't want my potential mate to suffer. I don't want the potential stepkid to suffer. I know how I am. It will happen at some point. I need to take myself out of that equation because I'm not going to be able to live that way. But
Agreed.
ultimately, it's the gender roles we were talking about, and I think gender roles are okay, but coming into a relationship, going, you will do all the cooking and the cleaning, I will do the man stuff outside. What if it winds up that my wife likes to mow the lawn. She can get away from the kids on that lawn
Great,
track.
then you can do the dishes. That's fine. However you work
Well,
it
you know
out.
what? As it turns out, I like to cook. And you know what? There were times I would come home from work and my wife had made dinner. And you know what? I don't want this. She ate,
Oh
the
no.
kid ate, I've come home late. Well, you know what I would do? I had a propane ring out back, and sometimes when I came home from work, I would have to work another couple hours if I got a project or something. I would go down to the basement, I would set up my propane ring outside, and I would cook what I wanted to eat. It didn't bother her. And I'm sure, sometimes she would go, well, damn, isn't it good enough? But you know what? I tell her, look, you know what? You have to cook fish sticks for the kid. The kid just kids don't always like adult food. You know what? I don't want fish sticks. I want liver and onions.
Hey, Stanley, can you answer Chris Reed's question?
I'm not gonna make her cook a whole separate meal. I know how to cook.
Can you answer the Chris Reed question?
Mr. Stanley, should the man let the toilet seat down or the woman? I always let the toilet seat down because you know what? I might have to take a shit in the middle of the night myself.
Yeah, I would love the seat down, but as a mother of boys, especially like when they were really young, learning to, and they would, pee in the middle of the night or pee as toddlers or something, I started keeping the seat up, and then I would put, we would put it down for me, or somebody had to do number two or something. But like that's what I ended up doing because it was just easier for me for having to how much I had to clean it all the time. So I
Well,
started
I
keeping
mean,
it up.
always a workaround. Like my son, for instance, he didn't use the master bath. So, to a certain extent, his bathroom out in the hallway, no one used it but him a lot of the time. So, who really
That's
cares?
good. That's different. Yeah, that's different. The upstairs bathroom wasn't like that in my old house.
However, I'm pretty sure because at a certain for a little bit of time, I would get up in the middle of the night and get him up to use the bathroom just to get him into the habit of it and just to make sure he wasn't wetting the bed. So I just took that on, and I'm pretty sure I always told him put the seat down even in his bathroom because it's just the right thing to do.
No, man. See, that's what I'm saying.
That's
You don't have
good.
any expectations, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
You don't have any expectations of
What do
women.
you mean I don't have any expectations? Of course I have expectations. If I can put the seat down or teach my son to put the seat down, a lot of the times it was me and my son and my wife. She was the only woman. She basically used one bathroom, the master bath. I mean, it really wasn't that much of an expectation to have. Look, I'm pretty flexible, okay? And it comes from, dude, I didn't get married till I was like 39. So I've been living, I knew how to clean a bathroom. There were a lot of things I knew how to do. And you know what? Why make my wife cook something she doesn't eat?
Did you spend all day thinking of things that made her walk down the hallway so easy?
What do you mean walk down the hallway so easy?
Everything she did in the house was just made easy.
Dude, I was rarely home. I worked, I commuted to work.
I'm teasing, obviously, but
Oh, okay. I mean, to be honest, I look, why make life difficult? And by the way, I was a better cook than my wife. I mean, she was pretty good, but you know what? I like exotic shit. So I'm not gonna make her cook all this weird food because she probably wouldn't get it right anyway.
You like liver and onions, Stanley. Like my mom tried to force me to eat that, and she said, if you don't eat this dinner, you don't eat until dinner tomorrow. And I didn't frickin' eat until dinner tomorrow because it was nasty to me. But I'm glad you like it.
Well, I mean, my sister and I mean, I can remember eating liver and onions at like 4 years old. We liked it.
Mm, bless your
I mean,
heart.
I still go to the Marshall Diner in Marshall, Virginia, and order liver and onions from the diner. I like it that much.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Hey, Breezone.
What's up, Lou?
Man, what's up? What's up, man? I was finna hop back up here, but my daughter woke up from her nap, and it's her time, man. You know how to go.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So I was with the fam.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what y'all talking about. So yeah, y'all keep talking. Go ahead.
Well, we're talking about this young lady and her feminism, and she is a little bit more. I mean, look, feminists are boring. If she came to me as her husband and she started talking this feminist shit, I'd probably turn on the TV or get up and go fishing or something.
No, you wouldn't. You put your
Yeah, I would.
jacket.
Oh no,
You put your jacket in a mud
oh,
puddle.
you don't know me. It's like, you know what? Look, you can be a feminist. Just be a feminist and stop boring me with it. If a problem arises, we'll talk about it. But otherwise, I don't need to hear about Gloria Steinem in her glory days. Just
Hey,
you be you, and if it becomes a problem, we'll talk about it.
if she is pregnant, I want to hear what she has to say in like
I'm pretty sure
two 5 years. It's gonna change.
you
Promise.
can't be a mother and a feminist.
Sure, you can, but your views are might change. Like especially
Well,
if she's like, oh, I just want to work. I'm gonna, she doesn't know yet what it's like to go back to work after your maternity leave's over and you only had 2 months or
I kind
maybe
of think
6 weeks
this
with your
is her
baby.
work.
Maybe, but still, she's gonna have her challenges as a new mom. They all, we all do.
Oh well, believe me,
Or a new father.
I know. There are a lot of things that I view differently.
That's for sure. Like we had some tests as individuals, what the test really didn't come until parenting occurred. That's really when the testing.
You know what? I didn't have. I have a brother who's 13 years younger.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I knew how to change a diaper. I mean, I literally, um, like was 13 or something when he was born. So there was
Mm-hmm.
really the only difference was that, I couldn't hand my son off to my father or my mother. You know, I it was me who was the ultimate, but believe it or not, I actually liked it when he was, things change when kids go to school, but I would say from
Uh-huh.
0 to 5, I loved it. I remember I would come home from work and he would scream. He would be so excited to see me.
Yeah,
I remember
I
the
gotta get
first
it.
time he did that.
I gotta get a second like gust of energy before I get home. Just to, the job, like, bro, my job be all over the place sometimes. And sometimes I come home, I'm just wiped. But I gotta, my daughter comes in,
Well,
Daddy. It's
I
like
remember the
it
first
makes it
time
all. It
first
makes it
time
all
he
worth it,
did
man.
it. First time he did it, he just let out this scream like ah, just ran and jumped up on me.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, damn, you're excited to see me, huh?
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
think what
man.
it was is he and his mother used to sometimes go back and forth like Tom and Jerry. He was just probably glad that I was home. So his mother, you know, I remember they would go, my wife hated it when he called her mommy and he figured it out. So he would call her mommy just to annoy her. And
Oh
he
man.
would he would go mommy and she would go mama. And they would just go back and forth, a couple times. And I would just get up and walk out of the room. It's like y'all are really Tom and Jerry. That's the downside of being a stay-at-home mom. it's like it's like the kid learns to push mommy's buttons.
Yep. That's a
Stanley, what
very
does she
breeds
call her
contempt kind of
mom?
deal.
I'm curious what she called her mom because I don't care. Mom, mama, mommy, I don't care. So if that one bugged her, I'm just curious why.
My wife wasn't a cutesy woman. She was kind of, I mean, as laid back as she was kind of no nonsense. She wasn't a girly girl. Calling her mommy and, like there's a woman I was watching on YouTube today, that bald headed woman that Dave loved so much. She calls her grandmother grandmommy as an adult. Like, I laid my grandmommy to rest. I'm like, dude, you know what? Um, don't.
Stanley, you can't. That's what she called her whole life. That's not fair.
Well, that I understand, and I understand it is my quirk, But to me, it just seems silly to be a grown woman calling your grandmother grandmommy.
Well, I called my grandma Grammy, and my whole life
Well,
until she
even
died.
Grammy is better than grandmommy.
I'm just saying that's what I called her my whole life. So I
But
couldn't
once
change it when
again,
I became.
you are putting yourself in
I'm
the
so
center.
no. I'm relating to that woman who is like calling it her grandmommy because that's probably
Well,
what she called her whole life. So I'm just relating, and that's probably it's similar.
Have you ever thought that maybe you're a feminist? You seem to be relating to a lot of women that
I relate to humans, Stanley, and I relate to, heart and soul. That's what I relate to. And I
I
try to
see.
be fair.
I see.
I do my best to be fair with everybody. I
Mm-hmm.
care about humanity. It's not man versus woman to me, but I see that there are these issues
It's
that
spirit
exist
versus
in the
spirit,
world.
right? It's
No,
heart to heart.
spirit versus spirit. Ultimately, I think we all come from the one same spirit because it's all one. But then we are all these just different drops of division, and a lot of the division is bullshit. It is. Anyway, I'll be quiet. You guys talk.
Well, I will resist the urge to mock.
Whatever. I don't care. I'm not even going to say thank you. I don't care. Mock me if
Well,
you
wait,
want.
hold it. Hold on now. You're gonna be real rude if you don't say thank you.
What?
You're gonna be real rude.
I heard you actually. I was just messing with you. To not mock me, Stanley.
I'm
Go ahead.
making a joke. I'm doing a callback to
So was I. I'm the smart ass, Stanley.
opening the door and not saying thank you. It was a bad joke.
No, it was good. It was good. Thank you, Stanley.
And poor Palomino here. He's all lonely in his little pasture. There are no other horses to keep him company, so he has to get into the chat and try and make jokes.
He's a good guy, Stanley. He's a good guy. Yeah.
Well, there's no accounting for taste.
Well, I know he gives you a hard time, but there are a lot of things I agree with him on. So, I mean,
You know what?
he's my
All I
friend.
have to say is you are doing him a big favor by humoring him.
Okay, Stanley.
You really are. You really are a very spiritual, loving person, because I'm sure it takes all your spirit and all your loving to even like have any like. Dude is just. It's a
Stanley,
good thing
some
he's
people
not.
would say the same about you.
Oh,
So,
well, see,
yeah, it
I
goes
am
all
willing
the way
to.
around.
I am willing to admit that I'm difficult.
Okay.
You know what I respect more than anything? I respect the person
I
who
mean, I
Sorry.
literally
Can you hear
told
my
you
bathroom?
I would give up a relationship because I know I'm going to make people's lives miserable.
Yeah, I respect that. I do. I really do. I think that's good.
kind of
Stanley is a feminist.
You know what? I'm not a feminist. I'm a stupidist. If you're a stupid feminist, I'm going to have problems with you.
it can be a bad.
But wait,
All right. Well,
stupidest Stanley would be pro stupid. I'm just saying, like feminist. So
No. A
you would
racist
have to be
hates a
pro
racist
stupidest.
a racist
Anti.
hates stuff. A racist hates stuff. A Zionist hates stuff. Well, a Zionist is pro something.
But
Anti-Semitism.
feminists don't hate themselves.
Maybe you're
Feminists
right.
don't hate feminism.
I'll have to come up with a better term.
Okay, we'll work on that.
Anti-stupid, maybe. All right. Well, let's watch the end of this lovely young lady.
And more labor in the home from men. And so what that's doing, that's creating a shift. These men are feeling rejected because they just do not want to adapt. And now women are talking about, if you don't adapt, we would rather be single. And that is leaving these men bitter, angry, failing, and flailing. And
I kind of wonder about her point about adapting, though. I mean, you raise your kids. I assume when you raise your kids, you're kind of um, uh, culture. What's the word? Acculturating them. Um, Either you were raised to see women as subservient, or you weren't raised to see women as subservient. Why do they have to change? I mean, if you want women to be subservient, well, go out and find you a woman who can satisfy your needs. I think where the unreasonableness comes up is when you expect all women to be a certain way.
Yeah, they should go get like a wife from the Philippines or some Asian wife.
Well, I'm sure
They're the most subservient.
there are plenty of
There's
American women, black, white, or what have you. That's what I mean. I don't really see. Look, if white women are acculturated to be a certain way versus black women, yeah, but I mean, I know, for instance, like my mother was pretty, she was pretty feminine. Um, I think I think people are really just fooling themselves. I think that people are just too willing. I I think if you in 2025, if you say, "Hey, I'm going to marry a black woman," um, and only a black woman, and you're going to reject, say, you meet some Asian chick who meets all your requirements, but she's not black. If you are going to basically reject a woman who meets all your requirements except for her race, then you deserve what you get.
Yeah, they don't want that solution. They gotta have black. That's why
Well,
some people refer to it as a cult or a sickness.
I think in 2025, I mean, the beauty of it, and as much as I complain about America being, pretty much a racist country, we don't have that limitation. Like when I was growing up, um, there was, I literally went 4 years of high school, and I don't know of a interracial couple the whole 4 years. That's how divided just back in the 80s Savannah was. Now I'm sure it did happen, but I didn't know anybody. Now the type of
Okay,
schools
but
I went
so
to,
Stanley, that's Georgia. In California,
ugh,
everybody was mixing in the 80s and the 90s. I'm just saying, and maybe New York too, I don't know. But that's where I was
right.
in those
But my
times, and my
point,
high school was
my
full of
point,
interracial dating.
my
Latinos, blacks, and
point
whites
is
were always mixing. It
my
didn't
point
matter.
is even
We
in
all went to
Georgia.
elementary school together.
Okay, I don't even know why you're bringing this up. I was gonna say
Because
even,
you're talking
oh my
about not
God.
mixing in Savannah, Georgia in the
No, this
80s,
is
and
what
I'm letting you know
is
it was
this what
happening in
is this
California in the
is
80s.
this
That's all.
is this what being polite gets me?
I'm
yes,
done.
Stanley.
I was gonna finish up by saying back in the 80s, it was rigid like that. I do not know why people in 2025 limit themselves. Back then, there were societal limits, at least in Savannah, Georgia. But even in Savannah, Georgia in 2025, there are no external limits to who you can date. Even in the South, limiting yourself to just one race can be a problem. If you meet someone of another race who meets all the requirements, limiting yourself to just one race, you have no right to get up on a panel and complain.
We can agree there at the end part.
Clarence, I'm not sure. I just happened to mention Zionism. Let's see, United Nations General Assembly Resolution 3379, adopted on 10 November 1975, determines that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination, with 72 votes in favor, 35 against, and 32, I guess, not voting. Interesting. All right, so we will we'll
Well,
finish
it's
this.
very interesting
And
considering
sip on
Zionists run
that.
the country. So we're just
Is
going to
that
skip
right?
over that. Well, yeah.
Yep, I'm just gonna
That's
skip over
why
it.
so many of our that's why so many of our politicians are loyal to Israel. There's
I
some messed
see.
up shit going on. He was making a very big point, and you just want to like skip over it.
Yes, I am literally gonna gloss over it.
At us,
Alrighty.
but they will adapt or not. But that is not, that's going to be subject to what they choose to do, because women are not going to allow themselves to be put back in that box. Let me know what you think about all of this. I thought it was very interesting that that article just popped up, especially since we're having these conversations where we're talking about how this loneliness epidemic is literally just natural selection, and many of these men simply just won't get picked because they won't adapt. They want to be mean. They think that they're going to be catered to. They think that women are their service, and women are
Loneliness
saying,
is
get someone else to do it.
it's
Join the
natural
conversation.
selection.
Let me know what you think about all this. Don't forget to
She,
like,
yeah,
comment,
she
and
don't know
share.
what she's
I'm
talking
pushing
about.
towards 80,000 over on YouTube. Please go over to YouTube,
The
hit
loneliness.
follow, subscribe, turn on those
Shut this
notification
bitch up.
bells.
The
Thanks,
the
y'all.
loneliness epidemic is not just a relationship thing. Like when they
Oh,
say
really?
that,
What is it?
yeah. So when they say like the male loneliness epidemic, the female
Mm-hmm.
loneliness, they're talking about literal loneliness. Not only do they not
Right.
have relationships, they don't have friends. They don't
Mm-hmm.
have friends of the same gender that there's no brotherhood or any of that stuff. That's
Oh,
the
I thought it.
bigger, yeah.
Well, that's because of everybody's texting, right?
Social media plays a big part in it.
They didn't have black hippies where I grew up back in the day, but I mean,
Stanley
this
was
is like the
sheltered.
late
He was a
'70s.
sheltered child.
Nah,
No, I
in
mean, Savannah,
the South was just late to
Savannah,
it.
Georgia wasn't exactly hippie heaven. I mean,
Yeah,
we didn't have shit. I don't know any white hippies for that matter.
Oh, see, I had a friend at my school. He was like half Egyptian and half Jamaican, and he was totally going towards the Rasta side.
I mean, Savannah was actually pretty conservative, to be honest.
yeah, it makes sense. But yeah,
Free roam. I had to deal with Stanley all day playing stupid brides talking.
play.
Stupid what?
What happened?
Yeah.
He been going ham all day, man.
The stupid
Yeah,
broad
well,
talking.
You know, particularly on the race stuff. I don't really want to have those discussions nowadays anymore. Like I'm good on that
nope. I'm gonna go
personally.
hard because you know what? When I have a young man come up and tell me black people should be grateful to white people, yeah, that's gonna get my attention.
Not you,
Sorry.
Jewel. You've been a breath of fresh air, honestly.
Oh no, you know what?
Aw, thank you.
I am
God.
not. Look, I'm gonna go hard into the paint because you, were you here this morning with Ryan? Poor Ryan. I just basically, I think white people are oblivious to what America really is, and I think that's uh, the powers that be who are in charge of education. It is deliberate. And Ron DeSantis in Florida are my prime example.
Stanley, can you expand on that, please, for me, as a white person in America whose first ancestor was here in the 1600s?
I don't care about any of that.
I'm trying to understand your perspective.
A patriotic education is not a fact-based education. You're only getting the good stuff.
I agree that there's a lot of stuff wrong in education. There's a lot of lies in there. Like, I
Okay,
know Columbus isn't a hero.
whoa. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost. You're saying a patriotic
saying,
education. Columbus wasn't a fucking hero. Didn't even discover America.
Jewel, you are literally like,
why are you getting hyped up, Stanley?
you score a touchdown and you just keep running into the stands. You can stop. You can stop at the goalpost.
Okay.
You not know how far.
No 3-pointer.
I was gonna get you there.
Maybe this will calm everybody down. This is the Constitution, past and present. And by the way, this is David Blight. He wrote the last autobiography, won a Pulitzer Prize of Frederick Douglass. Annette Gordon Reed I think she won a Pulitzer for she wrote a book. I think it was the Hemmings of Monticello. And then the Indian guy or Indian heritage.
I thought you didn't give a fuck about Monticello times.
Oh,
are you starting it in the middle?
No, that's by accident. No, Thomas Jefferson is my favorite founding father.
That's interesting.
Oh, why is that?
Oh, he was just kind of complex, and I like Virginia.
Fair enough.
I mean, look, I like him just because he decided to build a mansion up in the mountains. I love that part of Virginia, the Blue Ridge Mountains. Anybody who decides to have a mountaintop home is probably going to be a pretty cool guy. I don't know that Jefferson was that cool, but you know what? He was definitely eclectic.
Have you driven the Blue Ridge Parkway yet?
I have. I lived up there.
Oh man,
I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains for like 15 years.
I can't wait to take that drive.
I've been Highway 11. Literally, I've driven Catch Highway 11 in Greenville, North Carolina. You can drive all the way up to I've been from Greenville basically to Stevens City, Virginia. I know it well. And I've done the Shenandoah. Skyline Drive. I've done that several times. I lived. Skyline Drive starts in Warren County, Virginia. I literally lived in Front Royal. So I mean, where I lived up in Linden, Virginia, I was a 10-minute walk from the Appalachian Trail. It was right across the state highway. So,
Stanley is hilarious because that Warren County is probably like related to my ancestors. So you don't give a fuck, but you love my ancestor people land. Yeah.
Well, I love the county. I didn't know any of the originals.
Yeah.
But Front Royal does have I think there was a battle of Front Royal during I guess it was the Civil War. But I think it has some colonial history too.
Are you talking about Virginia? Of course it had colonial. They had.
Well, no,
Front
Royal specifically. All that House of Burgesses stuff happened over in the Tidewater area, Williamsburg, for instance. Now I was
Northampton.
I was stationed in Norfolk for 7 years, so I know Tidewater pretty well.
That's cool.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the National Constitution Center.
The Indian guy here, he's Akil Reed Amar. He's like one of the more probably he is a constitutional scholar. He is probably the foremost authority on the Constitution in the country. If he's not the foremost, he's definitely like in the top 5. I think he has more amicus briefs, that the Supreme Court has used than anybody. So he knows his Constitution.
Please join me in welcoming 3 of America's greatest historians, Annette Gordon-Reed, David Blight, and Akil Amar. I'm so excited to welcome them to the NCC. I couldn't wait to introduce them before asking you to recite the NCC's mission statement. So we're now going to do that so we can further sanctify this important discussion we're about to have here at the National Constitution Center, which is, come on, we can do this together, the only institution in America chartered by Congress to increase awareness and understanding of the U.S. Constitution among the American people on a nonpartisan basis.
Hey,
Beautifully.
I'll be right back. I need to make a quick phone call.
Inspiring with that motto. This is such an exciting time at the NCC. We have a bunch of great programs coming up at the end of this season, culminating in our Supreme Court review at the beginning of July. And then we're going to prepare for an amazing fall that includes the launching of the Interactive Declaration and Civic Toolkit. Friends, we're assembling some of America's greatest historians, including Akil, who is annotating the entire Declaration of Independence clause by clause, so you can understand the historical roots of each of its paragraphs. You'll also find essays on the big ideas of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution: liberty, equality, and government by consent, separation of powers, federalism, and the Bill of Rights. There'll be a podcast series that Ken Burns and I are doing on the pursuit of happiness that's pegged to his great new film, The American Revolution. And all of this wonderful light and learning will be online so that learners of all ages across America can learn about, debate, and celebrate the big ideas of the Declaration and the Constitution. Our panel tonight is a kind of warm-up for that amazing civic toolkit, as we're calling it. And we've convened 3 of America's greatest historians to talk about how the Declaration has been viewed over time. At each of the significant anniversaries of America, there's been contestation about the meaning of the Declaration. Think of John Quincy Adams and his reflections on the Declaration in 1826, the year his father, John Adams, and Thomas Jefferson died on the same day, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration. Think of 1876, when Frederick Douglass is eulogizing Abraham Lincoln and looking back on the failures of Reconstruction. Think of 1926, Calvin Coolidge talking about the Puritan roots of the American founding. Gerald Ford in 1976, after Watergate, talking about healing. And of course, today we're having a significant debate about the meaning of the Declaration. On the one hand, there are protests around the country crying "No Kings" and invoking the list of grievances. And on the other, President Trump and his supporters insist that they're defending the legacy of Thomas Jefferson and trying to prevent his statues from being torn down. So what we've got is these 3 great historians to talk about what the debate was at each of those major turning points. And I just can't wait to learn from them. So here we go. Annette Gordon-Reed, I should say, because I jumped right in with the introductions, that Annette Gordon-Reed is the Carl Loeb University professor at Harvard. She's the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of The Hemings of Monticello, An American Family, and her most recent book, On Juneteenth, is acclaimed as well. She's currently the president of the Organization of American Historians. And that, in around 1826, the death of Adams and Jefferson, the Declaration's been invoked in the 50 years before then. Tell us about the nature of the debate, who is saying what, and what is the stature of the Declaration in the American imagination?
Well, it gained a huge amount of stature because they happened to die on the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It was something that meant a great deal to people who were looking to have changes in American society, the sort of the beginning of an abolitionist movement. People are beginning to think about the institution of slavery after the Missouri crisis and so forth. Certainly people in the African-American community had always taken the Declaration as an ideal that should be lived up to, that they were not living up to. So there was a moment to point out the hypocrisy of saying the words all men are created equal when there was a slave system. David Walker, one of the great near misses of history, David Walker's appeal a couple of years after this, a little bit after this, takes Jefferson and to task.
I am back.
Not living up to the ideals of the Declaration, praising the Declaration as a human rights document. That's not how it really started out, as a diplomatic document to basically tell that you're leaving Great Britain and starting your own country. But it came.
By the way, I said she's Annette Gordon Reed. She is a lawyer and historian. I think she's at Harvard. So she's like kind of like one of my heroes, to be honest. Really smart woman.
Be seen as a statement about human rights. And so the people who were really going to start agitating about the institution of slavery were looking to it to sort of, to make people see that this was a basis for making a change in American society.
So powerful. Thank you for calling out and recommending Walker's appeal and setting the stage so well. David Blight, you and I have just recorded an astonishingly illuminating podcast about Frederick Douglass and his deep reading. And of course, he reads, as you just told me, both the Bible and the Declaration, which informs his "What to a Slave is the State of is the 4th of July" speech. Tell us about Douglass in the antebellum period and his invocations of the Declaration.
Well, Douglass loved the Declaration of Independence in its principles and creeds. He was not as fond as some of the practices that it had been put to. And of course, in his most famous speech, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July," Douglass, in a brilliant work of oratory, uses the hypocrisy. This is a classic move, but he uses the hypocrisy about the 4 first principles, the creeds of the Declaration, as his theme, but he weaves it first through a great respect for the founders. That whole speech opens by honoring the founders. He calls the Declaration the ringbolt of American liberty, the ringbolt. And then about a third of the way through, it's as though he brings it on a hammer on the lectern and says, "Pardon me, why have you invited me here to speak on your 4th of July?" And then he uses the word "your" over and over and over and over again, dozens and dozens of times. It's your declaration, it's your country, it's your creeds. And then in the end, nevertheless, lets the audience back up after some masterpieces of rhetoric. He lets the audience back up. It's like he hands out towels and lets them wipe off after the hailstorm he's just rained on them. And he said, "But don't be too concerned.
You know what?
Your country is young," he says. "It's still malleable.
Oops.
It's still susceptible."
I was just looking at something that popped up here, and here we go. Speaking of men and women, this is a good example. This is I don't know, Not for Humans. I think it was Deacon Dave, who put me up to this. So this is Kendra G. Write About Men Online? Who qualifies to criticize people? Troy Avenue Cap. No idea what that means. But here we are. Apparently this is men and women criticizing each other. and I know Nightish. And I think I know, LA, I know.
Already in these spaces.
If it had a
already.
manosphere, why they wanted to include women? Not to say I'm thinking they should.
To break it up.
Okay.
So like you had like the gym in the barber shop where men talk. Then all of a sudden women start popping up at the barber shop because somebody said, they be in there talking about blah 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 blah. So go up and I'm gonna tell you this is a fact, because my reality. Whenever women
Not why you lying.
they change
Yo,
their
you don't know what he's talking about.
Let me hear another perspective. If y'all say any lying, let me hear. Because I don't think E Black fully agree with him. I don't know if Night is got alternative facts. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if I'm going to barbershop because old dude can do my eyebrows pretty good. I don't care about what men talking about. I'm gonna get my eyebrows done, and a lot of times the guy in the barbershop know how to do some fire ass eyebrows. I'm not going there trying to start conversation.
And when the women came to the barbershop, the whole conversation changed.
The reason I'm asking that is because a lot of the women are saying that soon as we start talking bad about them, we start capitalizing. So a lot of them, from what I'm hearing, a lot of them feeling like exploited.
How? So you saying talking bad about the women is asking for like submission and asking like don't wear weave or don't wear makeup.
Here we go. Why y'all care so much about weave? Like, why not get a woman that don't wear weave?
I don't think that is it.
I don't care about it.
Wait a minute, though, Keys. I don't think that is it because we see what's being said. Sure, a lot of stuff is said about the weaves and a lot of ways dudes see women could improve. But I would say a lot of channels that use the fresh and fit formula, that should do be lucrative. And from the outside looking in, if I was to look from a woman perspective, I could see how they could feel exploited. It's just like if we see a channel talking about black people all the time in a bad way and they capitalizing, we would feel exploited. So I kind of get what they're saying. You know what I mean? And what up, Giz? Shout out to Giz. Appreciate you for joining us, bro. I do think
with y'all.
We chilling like some villains. And shout out to Too Low Keezy in the chat. Ever since I known about the manosphere, I always know it to have women. I never was around for the early part when it was just men alone. So I don't even know what that even looked like.
Yeah, I think what happened, because like when I came in, like you would consider me like I was battling through the gauntlet. My points of view was very to the left of everything that was going on, but I was battling men. That's why I had so many talking points in terms of sexuality, in terms of like even the Amber Rose thing, that's born out of like the manosphere talking points, but where I'm talking to other men. Now we're having like there is no space where men are only talking, because most likely the channel host is trying to exploit the women and we want this kumbaya session, but we're not getting to the nitty gritty of what we about.
So let me ask you this. You think it's important for men to have men only conversation in these spaces?
Yes. I think we definitely need to have men talking to men only. We have so many spaces where women and men are conjoined. We don't need them.
But y'all got pool halls.
Even though the space, with the space that got men and women together, especially even in the subspaces of our space that got men and women together, it still feel like it mostly be male dominated. Even when the women is up, you know what I'm saying? So it do feel like it's men's space is just that some women, like right now we on the panel is Lauren and Tiff. For some reason, sometimes and a lot of times my channel, like the show end up becoming like more male dominated because of the nature of the space. So you saying that it should just have exclusive male conversation?
No, I think educated black men should have conversations with educated black men. I don't think I think if we're gonna do the fuckery, let's do the fuckery. I don't mind it, but I think when we talk about men like a sharpener or steel, I think we should have spaces for that too.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I thought the space was at first, and then at some point I didn't see that. Because
I didn't. It ran away.
So you should be able to do this right here. As men, whatever the man is, if you know some kind of program where somebody can make some money the same day, and you got a program, you should be teaching that. Long-term money, long-term what you're supposed to be doing. I don't see that. I just see men talking and telling men what they ain't doing. I don't see them giving you information that can be beneficial to you today, right now, today. That whether that's learning how to use Chat GPT to do like graphic design, something where you can benefit from it. I just see them saying a bunch of shit that at the end of the day, what is it really changing?
I see what you got BGS for that. BGS do that all the time. You could go over there. He can tell you, you know what I mean, what kind of profession you want to get into. You got a brother named Charles Franklin Jr. He was in the military for like 20 years. He was also in the police task force for like what? I think he did like 20 years in that. And him and Cerulean, because Cerulean name don't get mentioned in these spaces, right? They wrote a whole manifesto of what brothers need to do. You can actually look this up.
I haven't heard Cerulean in like 3 years.
Yeah, they don't mention him because he got exiled in his space like this. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Just one quick second. The way I see it personally, I think once they started coming out with the Black Enterprise or the Black Manosphere Conclave, and they started making a list of who is Black Manosphere, I think that's where they went wrong. They were mainly judging people based on mainline issues instead of really looking at, hey, left, right, whatever, but this dude is a solid or real individual. And we want to have a conversation with these individuals, and they're consistent on their points. And I was always wondering, I was like, wait, why am I not considered a Black male manosphere channel?
You got to remember though, a lot of them people got kicked out altogether. Even Obsidian got kicked out for a minute.
Yeah, but that's the point that I'm making, is that a lot of that became institutionalized, like kicking people out in terms of what they're doing. And like I said, I was wondering, I always asked, I was like, yo, why am I not? I'm Black, proud. Just because I'm on the left doesn't make me necessarily against y'all. And then I just kind of felt like it was like, oh, well, unless y'all was on some goofy Trump shit. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like,
let me ask y'all this: was there ever like a female equivalent space to the manosphere?
I mean, E Black is definitely Black. You can't deny
yes.
that.
Oh my God!
What's her name?
What you say?
We need to start the cripple.
Am I saying it right? Kristen Tide, or not Kristen Tide, but what's that lady's channel name?
Crimson
think about it. Yes. Why am I saying Kristen Tide? I'm thinking about Roll Tide. Yes, Kristen Cure.
You would consider, because
Jewel, are you even there?
Yeah, sorry, I was in the kitchen.
Oh,
I'm listening.
Well, I mean,
I was being respectful.
Well, no, I was going to say, if you're not even watching this, you know what? I am ready. I am ready to wrap this up. This is But this is actually kind of, my point here. This is a bunch of people going back and forth about something or another. This is the first time I've ever seen LA Project, a picture of her. So, I don't know. I guess I don't know. This is just kind of what I've been trying to avoid. I don't even go up on panels like this anymore.
You got mostly male audience.
Mm.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle, y'all.
Oh, he stood up. Lady set it up, man.
Miracle. Oh my goodness. Yes, Lord.
Nah, but
perfection, please. Jesus, it's a miracle. It's a miracle.
See, your Crim and Cure came from underneath AM camp, though. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying. Crimson Cure came from like Angry Man and shit.
Yeah. Angry Man camp. Then she started doing her thing, yo. But I heard that she's over like 100,000 subs. Like, yo, she's.
But
really
I don't see a lot of women.
I don't see a lot of women
from our space flocking to
the
Crimson Cure channel. And Cleves, your mic is kind of crackling a little bit. You might want to
How about now?
Yeah, you got that from Canal Street.
Can I say something?
No, I've never been to Canal Street.
Go ahead, Ellie. You from upstate?
I agree. Like there needs to be spaces where people can have their own talks, right? But it's what you do with that time. And unfortunately, when we tune in, we don't hear y'all. It's not to try to see where you lacking at. You know what I'm saying? We just don't hear the improvement portion. We hear the shame, blame, explain.
To be honest though, LA, there's some channels that's strictly about male improvement. Like only one I know about that I could vouch for is Dr. BOA. Like if you watch Dr. BOA, the Book of Alpharonomy, most of his content is geared towards guys doing shit to improve themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I would say it's a couple. They they're just not popular. Let me see if I can find it.
You also
I wrote it down. I'll find it.
Like to show niggas where they messing up. This where this woman is doing this to you. Brother, stand up. Get some what do you say? Testicular fortitude about yourself.
Right.
Just some self-esteem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody is obligated to put up with bullshit. Sometimes that's what I hear, and I'm just like, well, similar to the opposite sex, why did you stay that long? Why did you put up with that? You know what I'm saying? And if you did because of some superficial type of reason, then you need to look at yourself and take a break from the world. Yeah. And that's real.
I would say this.
This young lady came up here with her baby on her hip, said she want to have some light skin on light skin drama. And I don't want to fight with this.
Listen, you called me a demon first, bro.
You are.
You summoned me. You summoned me. But I can't go in because it's late. He didn't want to have, his live so late, and I'm putting my baby to sleep. But you started it first. See, exactly. That's the example. So let me just say this. This is how it started. The men are saying all the BS that they be saying, and women are just rebuttaling. But as soon as a woman comes and say her piece, and why you being so masculine? Why you want to fight? Because you started with me first, sir. And to me, that's kind of what.
Because you got a sweet voice. This because you got a sweet voice and your boobs is engorged with milk. Because you got a.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna be able to deal with that.
See what I'm saying?
You'll say that as a compliment later on.
Go to sleep.
I don't think nobody want to fight with y'all, man. I think it's equal. It's an equal space where we all fight with each other. Me personally, right? I've been here. I know women's like Bomb Cherry. I've been around Bomb Cherry. I've been around Sexy Red. I've been around the worst of them. It's a different ball. Right now, it's y'all want to play the victim role.
Yeah, it's not about being around the worst of them. It's knowing how to treat people, knowing how to recognize who you dealing with instead of just treating everybody the same
let
way.
me ask,
You don't
but
know
let me
each other
ask you
like
this.
that, so we gotta
That's
go
Let
it.
me
with
ask.
each other.
Wait a minute, Q's. Let me ask Tiff and Lauren this. Why do when women come to these spaces, what are y'all like expectations? Like, what do y'all look for? Like, what y'all look to get out of the space?
I mean, just an honest opinion about whatever the hell we're talking about from whoever I'm talking to. That's
But
all
did
I'm asking.
y'all ever seen it as a male improvement space?
No,
No.
That's right.
no.
Because
But
I'm
I didn't
thinking
see
if
it. I didn't see it as a male space either. I mean, you
Hmm.
know, I felt like we was cool to be here. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
But
you
that's
know, when we as we get further along in the conversation, we be like, oh, wait a minute, this was a setup. We surrounded, like,
oh shit,
Right.
nah, y'all too dramatic. That's very
no,
dramatic of y'all right
No.
that's the thing. That's
doctor,
what ended up
which
happening.
doctor? You know, since we've been starting this lady show,
Yeah, I know, but it's
I
not a
had
setup though.
this is,
It's
and
not a setup.
I
You
could
know
I
what
just
I'm
could have came up here and lied about everything, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't because I wanted people to actually like get a real person, a real woman, not a female, a real woman's
A woman.
experience.
Thank you.
A
You
real
know what I
woman's
wanted to do?
experience,
I
and
wanted
it
to
was
ha-
still
Which doctor?
I wanted to
snickering
have
and attack and oh, she lying and okay, brother. Like obviously, like you telling me what you do not want to hear because I'm telling you.
what I would say. I wanted to see like just like how we have like male dominated panels. I wanted to have like a female dominated panel for a good run, and then let the dude start coming up and doing the same thing. Yeah, the same shit because it would be the same thing. Y'all would do the same thing like how y'all would do the same thing if it's a female. When
What we do?
I go to female dominated channels, the other day I just popped up in Sexy Red chat. Hey, what's up? Timed out for the whole day. Out of nowhere, Robinson. I just said, hey, what's good? So I just wanted y'all. I just wanted y'all
She
to get
took
the
all the
power.
wrenches away, so that won't happen again.
You see, I wanted y'all to have the power to see what y'all would do with it.
But what happened to that? What happened to the consistency?
Right. And she told you to pull up.
It's hard to get on.
It used to be like
We'll
a
have to
ladies'
ask
night
her.
over here. It used to be like a ladies' night over here, but what happened to it?
It's hard to get everybody on the same schedule all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's just easier for me to do a show like this, you know what I mean? And then people pop up. You see, we all didn't show up at the same time. So it's hard. Like I actually wonder how JR does that shit. How he has that panel of people every week at the same time.
You gotta do it like E Black. You gotta get people's emails, you gotta get them autoresponders and get them send them the links to their thing, and then everybody coming at the same time. You see E Black know how to do this the right way.
I might need to
get that was hilarious.
Go ahead.
Can I say something? I think the problem is that once I'll say this. Kevin Samuels introduced the manosphere to everybody else, but there was already a dating community.
Yeah,
dating community has always been a part of the lifestyle of people. So
in the beginning,
yeah, people want to talk about relationships. It's just a matter of what balance you want to be on. Now, let's be honest. The female side is very catty. They don't want even females on their side. Cynthia G does not want another female to have an open mind unless she's bashing men on so a lot of women
like that.
A lot of women do not gravitate towards women platforms because of the side, like the way that they're very driven, like they're very harsh on their side.
And then right after what E Black is talking about, that was the beginning of all that PUA stuff.
Yes.
Well, this is kind of my point. I've actually just gotten bored with all these like relationship sites.
Yes.
You know, you have like 9 people up here talking about relationships, and it's always like the same people doing it. It's like they go from show to show talking about the same stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you know what? The reason you don't have a relationship is you're always on these shows talking about you don't have a relationship. So, you know, I think these are some weird form of self-fulfilling prophecy.
Honestly, Stanley, this is a place where I have to agree with you.
But the problem is all these like to be honest, John Galt's channel is about the only place it doesn't happen. I mean, I can't think of the last time there was a show on this channel where like you had like 9 people going back and forth about. I'm sure it must have happened and I just don't remember. But I don't ever remember a show where people were up here saying, well, women are no good or men are no good. Can you or anybody, Richard, you know, people who hang around here a lot? I don't ever remember a battle of the sexes show. Ever.
Not here, but you know, the one of the videos mentioned Fresh and Fit, and those people, like, to me, red pill's
You mean
supposed to be like,
one of John's videos?
no, earlier tonight that you played, like they were. It's funny because I was thinking about like who are those guys I can't stand, but you know it's been a long time since I've been exposed
Right,
to
but
them.
I'm saying
And
that
then
there has
somebody
never
mentioned
been
Fresh and Fit in one of these
John
videos that
Galt.
you played.
I've never hosted a show. Well, that's a video I played. I've never had a show about it, like a battle of the sexes, and I don't think John ever has.
Oh no, I don't know why you would.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why everyone else does.
Yeah, I agree. I think some of it is, well, there's different components. Some of it is, you know, they want to keep us divided, powers that be, and then, you know, those are paid infiltrators. And then there's stupid people who actually think like these ways, you know. And there's dumbass bitches like I can't believe like Fresh and Fit, okay? They're in these red pill circles, quote unquote red pill circles. I don't think they're real red pills. Anyway, but they have all these young girls on there talking about their opinions and stuff. And if those girls had any clue about what those guys are, they would never go on their little podcast. But they just want to go and try to be internet famous. It's really stupid. But this is our world now, I guess.
Yeah, well, the world is for young folks. I think I can't remember. There's a quote I'm trying to think of, basically saying that, you know what, this world is for young folks. The world is for the living. Maybe that's what it is.
There's my God is the God of the living. That's a quote.
Oh, no. People do more than just watch it. I mean, I can think of Freezy and Drip show. It's almost never nothing but like it's always somehow related to, you know, men are trash and women are, you know, are not subservient. They're all feminists. I mean, I've been asked on these shows, well, Stanley, are you a feminist? Yeah, well, Richard, I'm not saying all young people, but I don't know, for some reason or another, I don't know whether it's my algorithm or what, but their Sean Bracey's show, um it just seems like I'm what's the name of the show? Q Butter. I I don't know that I've ever. Oh, excuse me. Let me get some water here. I don't know that I've ever been on. I've never been on his panel, but I don't think Q Butter ever does shows like that. In Psychopath, I don't think he does, but it
Is
will
Q
be a
Butter
lot of.
like racist, or is he very pro-black? I think Q Butter is racist.
He's very pro-black.
I don't know. I went
I've
to his
never, to
channel
be
once,
honest,
and it
I
seemed
don't think
kind of
I've ever
racist. Kind
listened.
of what he was talking about. I was like, okay, well, this isn't the space for
Well,
me.
I mean, I would say he's very pro-black.
I'm cool with people being pro-black. I just, I don't think anybody should be racist, white, black, whatever. Yeah. So.
Raging Tomato. You know what? I'm trying to think, was it Raging Tomato? There's a Canadian woman. I don't know if she still does a show. Can't think of her name. But she came on one morning. Damn it, who is she a friend of? She's a creator. If for some reason or another she and I didn't get along. She was Canadian, and somehow or another we wound up talking about the citizenship test. Maybe she was taking it, and we found a sample of it, and then I took the test online and like maybe missed one question because I mean it's a lot of American history, like basic stuff. I've heard of Raging Tomato, but I don't really know I don't think I've ever listened to her show. But there's a whole section of God. The term I would use to describe this sector would piss a lot of people off. It's that orthodox is in that sector. Flow state is in that sector. And I don't know if there's an official name of it, but I would be. Well, I'm not going to use the term because I'd be opening a can of worms that I don't feel like dealing with right now. But orthodox, Raging Tomato, Flow State. There's a sector of Caucasian. What's his name? Caucasian something or another.
Just spit it out, Stanley. It's fine.
No, it's. I'll just call them. These are all like people who listen to Southern rock. Like they were all probably Foghat fans way back in the day. Zachary K. Hubbard, and it was impossible. Terrible setup. Look at poor Palomino. Ortho and Flo are cool, but Stanley hates white people. God, you are so fucking lame, Pony Boy.
Well,
God, he's fucking lame.
They're white. That's funny.
He doesn't happen to know that I was married to a white woman and deeply in love with her. But no, I hate
I'm
white
sure
people.
he does know that. I'm sure he does know that.
Look, if you're white and stupid, no. And I don't really hate anybody. You have to know people to hate them. And I don't know, most of these YouTube people I don't know well enough to hate.
Yeah, I agree. And people have different perspectives, and some people just know how to push other people's buttons, and we all fuck with each other because this is what the internet does.
Well, as a matter of fact, Orthodox was up on my panel a couple days ago.
How was that?
Fine. I mean, I get along with Orthodox. Now, the last time I was on his panel, I got booted off because I went up there with intent. I went after Mayo Monkey and Denizen, and it was intentional. I went up there just to fuck with him, and Denizen just gets so pissy when you mess with him. So he literally went to Flow State and said, "Hey, it's either Stanley or us." So Flow State booted me. I guess he had to make a choice, and Stanley didn't make the cut. But I fucked with these guys so bad.
You were in a white man verse.
I what?
I said, well, you were in a white man verse. So keep telling your story. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Oh, no. You know what? Like I said, I fear no white man. I'm smarter than most white men I know. So why should I care? But like Mayo Monkey, I make it a point to fuck with Mayo Monkey every time, everywhere he goes. If we're ever on a panel, I'm gonna mess with Denizen and I'm gonna mess with Mayo Monkey. I just love doing it.
So how did that one go?
Oh, I got tossed off the panel. Denizen basically
No, but I mean,
said,
leading up to you getting tossed off, like what happened? I wasn't there.
I don't even remember what it was about, but they were both just wrong. So I just went up there. Essentially, I just called them stupid. It was a fancy way of just saying, y'all don't know shit, you're stupid.
Stanley, that's so you to be just like, no, you're wrong, I'm right.
Well, see, the problem is I am generally right. Okay, I don't go up to these panels half cocked. If I'm not sure of myself, I'm not going to go up there and just do it to make a fool out of myself. I don't even remember what it was. The problem with people like Mayo Monkey is they half know shit, but they don't have deep knowledge of it. And when you start when you start asking hard questions, they just start getting pissed off. It happens a lot up on these panels.
I don't know what you do with spaghetti, but
You mean Slick Rick?
oh yeah. No.
Let's see here. Slick Rick, do you mean Ava's video tonight? Palomino, you could put Flow State and Denizen, combine them, and they wouldn't be close. And as a matter of fact, you need to combine Flow State, and Denizen. Just put all your brains in one basket, and you wouldn't be able to measure up. See, what people like Palomino don't like? People like Palomino don't like a confident black man. I have no doubt that I'm smarter than you are. And I am bold enough to tell you I am and say, you know what? If you think you're so smart, come up and try me. It'll be exciting. Take your hoof and put it on a keyboard, come on up and we can chat. That's pretty much it. Yeah, break it down into like a formula.
Stanley, I'm being nice, so I'm just not going to say anything, but I'm just laughing my ass off
Well,
right
you
now.
know what, Jewel, why do you think I'm saying it? Because you're up here, you can go ahead and add yourself to those three, and I'm still going to win.
No, that's not true.
You know what?
And that wasn't even true before
that. It would not be a contest.
But Stanley, how would you know? You don't believe in IQ numbers.
Okay, see, I don't need to know an IQ number. See, y'all are so dependent on.
No, but you act like that's not a thing. It's a thing. And if you want to talk about how smart you are smart, Stanley.
You want to know?
It's a thing.
You want to know? You want to know why it's a thing? Because y'all depend on it. What you'll do is you'll go, well, you can't fuck with me because I have 130 IQ. Like that actually makes a difference.
That's barely above average.
It's almost like I don't give a shit about that. What I'm saying is y'all use IQ like a peacock uses a tail. You know, you fan it out so it's real bright, so you intimidate other
Stanley?
people.
Like,
So
it's
you
used
intimidate.
everywhere.
All it is, all IQ is a peacock's tail. You fan it out to intimidate like people who could be potential predators.
Okay, so how do you determine intelligence?
I don't.
How do you?
I don't determine. I don't
Well,
need to determine.
no, you do all the time, Stanley.
I
You were
do
just
not.
calling somebody else
I do
stupid.
not need to determine another person's IQ to figure out if they're competent or not.
I'm like, how you gonna brag about that?
Oh my God, Stanley. You are, but then you won't acknowledge the system that makes
I literally
equations.
can talk to a person. I can literally talk to a person and know if they're stupid or not. I don't need their IQ.
Yeah, we all
Just
can, Stanley.
ask them a few questions. Okay, well then that's why do you need to talk about IQ at all?
Because it's still a measurement.
If you don't need, you know what, and you know what, this is what I'm gonna say, and it's gonna
How
be
did you get into college?
I didn't take an
Did
IQ
you take
test.
any
I took an
tests in the
SAT.
Navy?
I took an SAT.
That's
how I
a
got
form of IQ, Stanley. It is.
bullshit.
Jesus. It's not measuring.
Literally,
It's not
you have
metrics
no.
of your
You have
intelligence
no.
of different
You
areas of
literally,
knowledge. Yes, it is, Stanley.
Jewel, you
You're
have
gonna tell
no
me
clue
what I
what you're
don't know
talking.
what an SAT
Okay,
is?
what
It's
you're
so
gonna
funny,
do
Stanley.
is over
It's a
talk because you
measurement
don't.
of your intelligence.
You are literally. You literally have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute myself and let you keep going because I
you will
need to
sit
laugh.
here, you will sit here and tell me that an SAT score is an IQ test. That's retarded.
It's a form of measuring your intelligence, Stanley.
It is
Yes.
not a form.
Jesus
It is
Christ.
not a form of IQ test. You have no clue what you're
Stanley,
talking about.
it's measuring
You have
intelligence.
no clue. Have you even been to
Okay,
college?
Stanley.
Have you
Yes,
ever
Stanley,
taken
I
an
have.
SAT?
I was a
Have you
biochem
taken
major.
an?
Yes,
Well,
I
then
have.
all I have to
Yes.
say,
It's a form of measuring intelligence, Stanley.
Jewel, you are literally uninformed. All that time in college and you didn't learn what an SAT is? You literally have no clue what you're talking about.
It measures your intelligence.
It
You're gonna
does
tell me a
not
low
measure
score
your
on the SAT
intelligence,
doesn't let
ma'am.
you know your
Okay.
intelligence of math? Come on, Stanley. It is. You're like
Jewel,
slicing
you're gonna do
atoms
be
at
brave.
this
You're
point,
just gonna
Stanley.
gish gallop your way through
No.
it because you
No.
don't want to hear what I
You
have to
are.
say, do you? You do
Go
not
ahead.
want
Say
to
what
hear what I have to say.
I'm
The
not wrong. Say what you have to say though.
The SAT measures what you know. It does not measure learning ability.
We were talking about intelligence.
Okay. Okay. Do you not know what intelligence is?
You acquire that when you learn.
Literally
It refers
don't know what
back to your ability to learn.
intelligence.
Stanley.
Let me help you out here, Jewel, because you just frustrate me
Okay.
sometimes. Intelligence is the
Mwah.
ability to learn. The SAT does not measure your ability to learn. It measures what you know.
Stanley, it measures what you learned all through up to that point in your life. Through your
Okay,
education and what
intelligence
you're doing.
is
It
God
measures
damn
and
it.
it
I hate
reports
stupid
it.
people.
I'm not being
Intelligence
stupid,
is
Stanley.
the
You are.
ability. God damn it.
I
This
learn
is
every
what
day.
frustrates
Do
me.
I
You
love
come up
learning.
here and you act like you know something, and I'm telling you the truth, and
No,
you can't
Stanley.
comprehend it. The SAT
I understand your
measures.
rote
Why are
definition.
you over talking me?
Why are you over talking me?
Well, I can put you in the back if I need to. I'm trying not to.
It's fine.
I'm
I'll mute
trying as
myself
hard
right
as I
now.
can not to put you in the back. Intelligence is the ability to learn. It does not measure, IQ does not measure what you know. It measures your ability to learn stuff. SAT measures what you know. It does not measure your ability to learn. Now, you can infer if you know a lot, it means you can learn. There is an inference there, but it is not a measure of IQ. It is not, the SAT is not an IQ test.
It's not just a mere inference. They're directly
It is
correlated.
literally an inference.
They're
It is not
directly
just,
correlated.
okay,
It's not just
correlated.
inference.
Okay,
You're
see,
saying
look
like,
at you.
oh, it's
Look
your
at
ability
you.
to learn, and then you
Now
take
you're getting it.
the SAT.
Now you're getting
Jesus
it. It's a
Christ! I got it before, Stanley.
Exactly.
I got
It
it
is
before, Stanley.
it is a correlation. It is not a measure of intelligence. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. Whatever.
Oh, I'm not
I
wrong.
told you I didn't want to argue when we first started.
Okay, there's nothing to argue about. Just accept you have no clue what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about, though,
You do
Stanley, and
not.
I'm not just
You
going to roll
use.
over to
Hey,
you.
all I have to say
You are
is
black manosphere person.
now that you've used the word correlation, you're close. It does not
Why
measure
didn't you
directly.
use the word
There
correlation?
is a correlation
They are
and
interrelated,
a
Stanley.
synonym for correlation is damn, I can't even remember the word I was using now. You just
Jesus
dragged this
Christ.
out so long. It is a
My fault.
correlation.
Yeah, of
It is
course.
not. No, your fault is tangling with someone who knows more than you do. That's
No.
your fault. Don't
No.
keep doing it. Stay down.
Stanley.
Stay
No,
down.
that's not
Stay
accurate.
down.
That's not accurate.
The SAT
That's your ego.
does not
You do
measure.
your ego.
The
That's fine.
SAT.
Doesn't affect me.
Keep going. Keep going. You use the word correlation. You've already used it, so I already know that now you've
So
been
the other night, you wouldn't
don't tell me
admit that
about the
things
other night, Jewel. This isn't
work
the other night,
together,
Jewel.
that they were
Jewel,
interrelated, and things were
this isn't the other
synergistic.
night,
You
Jewel.
could not.
This
No, but what
isn't
I'm saying
the other
is,
night.
I already recognize the synergy and stuff, the things that happen. It's not just a
Who gives
one-on-one
a
kind of
fuck
thing,
about
cause and effect.
synergy? Wait, hold it.
Jesus
Now we're
Christ,
talking about
Stanley.
synergy. Does the SAT measure
I'm
synergy now?
saying that there are multiple factors. It's about multiple
There are
factors.
not
Yeah,
multiple
for
factors,
sure.
Jewel. There are
Oh
not
my
multiple
God.
factors, Jewel.
That would have been a win for you, agreeing with me on
You know
multiple
what?
factors, because that's where you
I
were
don't need
starting
the
from.
win. I don't need you to tell me I won, Jewel. The correlation, you use the
Okay,
word correlation. I'm
whatever.
satisfied.
Okay, Stanley. We'll pretend it's a win for you. We can go on with
I
their
don't need to
video.
pretend. Hey, I'm ready to move on and you're still talking. That's telling me
Move on.
something.
I don't care. I'm just laughing. I'm drinking
You
tonight. It's
shouldn't
my
care.
man's
You
Friday, so
shouldn't
it's
care,
my
Jewel.
Friday. Today's my Friday night. I'm on like my fourth beer, so
Obviously.
right.
Oh, let's see. You know what? Actually, EAE put Ava's stream somewhere on a Discord. Slick, by the way, Slick, did you watch it? Hold on. Whoever's coming in, just give me 1 second here. I know somebody put it somewhere. Promos. Oh, there it is. Oh no.
Well, in full disclosure, that was the end of my 4th beer, so I just opened my 5th beer.
Oh boy, you were living on the edge.
We'll see what happens. No, the edge is tequila or Jägermeister. We're not doing those
Yeah,
days.
well that's young folks drinks. I don't even mess with that stuff
Right.
anymore.
No, me neither. Beer or wine, I'm good.
Let's see, Rick. Have you ever checked out Ava's tats? Yeah, poor Ava. I can't deal with those tats.
Hey guys. So, I don't want to leave you hanging. I'm late as fucking always. Because I wanted to go get a phone stand for when we're in the car, so I had to go do that, and then it took forever to like get it positioned correctly. But I can't read the chat and drive, so we're just gonna be jamming. We have like 15 minutes
Richard,
to go get Jeremy.
that is funny.
Or meet Jeremy. And he hit me up
I
with
might
the
have to.
perfect
You know what?
time.
Hold on one
The
sec. Let me
perfect
time
time,
this
which
out.
is
What's up, Orthodox?
What's up,
Richard,
Stan?
I might have to use that as a show title. Tattoos are a mental illness, kinda. That's
Hey,
actually
Orthodox.
funny.
Hey, Jewel.
You must have been in the weeds hearing me talk shit about Denison and Mayo Monkey.
No, but it don't surprise me. I just been hopping up on panels and offering my help with programs with stuff like Bob. Sorry,
Dude, it was like 2 minutes ago, and I wish you were here. Fuck's sake. That
Oh,
would've been
you know
great.
what? It would have just been 2 people. It would have just been 2 people I took down.
Stanley. You were hyped, Stanley.
Stan the man don't give a fuck. His
Well, of
show,
course
his
I-
opinions are all that matter. It's
Well,
like, it's
no.
A-okay.
See, this is how people succor themselves. They want to think, they want to chalk it up to opinion, and the bottom line is I generally don't offer a strong opinion unless I'm sure of what I'm saying. I don't make shit up. I don't have to.
Fair. What does succor mean?
Comfort.
Okay.
SUCCOR, and you will hear what's his name, the black Mayo Monkey, truism. I call him the black Mayo Monkey. He likes to pretend that I'm pronouncing it funny, but I am not.
Yes, but you and him are both educated black gentlemen. I have learned a lot of
You
new
know
words
what?
from
Is
both of you.
he educated? What is he educated in?
He knows a lot of words that I don't know, and you know a lot of words that I don't know. So I find that as edumacation.
Well, I don't think it's so much education as much as I read a lot. You know, if you have read a lot for like decades, I mean, you will every now and again you have to whip out a dictionary because you'll come across a word you don't know, and you just pick up those words, you know, just as a matter of course.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like anybody sits down and does a vocabulary test. You just read a lot, and sometimes you have to have a dictionary.
And I think reading a lot in the pursuit of knowledge is, in a way, education. I think you and Truism definitely share that. God, there's a lot of people, even myself, share that. You are very wise.
Meatloaf, the thick kind of mashed potatoes, but with gravy, green beans, and corn on the cob.
Well, wait, hold it. Are you talking to us? Are you too drunk to mute?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. No, my man asked me what was for dinner. I'm sorry.
Oh shit, she is 3 sheets to the wind.
I'm so sorry. No, I thought I had it on mute. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now I'm just hungry. Now I'm just
Yeah.
hungry.
On God, on God, on God. That sounds good as hell.
Well, thank you.
You got two men from the South. You can't be talking like that. You be like, damn. Hold on, wait a minute.
What happened?
But
I haven't
much
made
love,
meatloaf for a
Stan.
while.
Much love, Stan. Much love, Jewel. I can't stay for long, but I am hitting up all the panels and giving my
Well, you
love
know
and
what? I
appreciation.
should
Okay,
not.
but wait. I want to ask you a question, Orthodox guy. Do you think an SAT, you know what SATs are, right? So, like,
Oh my
do you think a SAT is a measure of one's intelligence?
No, I think it's a measurement of things that people have retained and learned. I don't think it's necessarily a measure of intelligence. I think
Okay, well,
intelligence
see,
is the
let me interject here. Now that you have confirmed it, she'll believe it. Again, and it's probably not even intentional, but I want to point out that and this
Fine,
is meant
Stanley.
this is meant with love. This is a perfect example of systemic racism. Okay. No.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Stan. I'm sorry.
I am not joking. Now, I said it, but she can't seem to accept what I say. So she has to ask you. And now that you said it, I guarantee you, in her mind, it is settled.
Stanley, I didn't have to ask
No,
him.
you know what? I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I'm dead serious.
I don't care either. It's not about my feelings aren't hurt.
I
It's
don't.
that we were talking about the ability to learn, and that too before Stanley. It includes the ability to learn.
You
And yeah,
argued.
they learn those things.
You argued for half an hour, telling me I'm wrong, and then I didn't hear any pushback when Orthodox said it.
Well, I was gonna say I was gonna complete it by saying I think intelligence is the ability to learn and comprehend new information
Well, I
and then
think
make
now,
use of that
honestly,
information.
did you hear me say? Did you hear me say that, Orthodox?
Yes, Stanley, and I'm saying they were in the mix.
I didn't. I was on Bob's panel and then
Okay,
before the NPCs.
hey, Orthodox, I literally said the same thing you said, and she just she was obstinate.
No, Stanley, I was saying they were interrelated and they correlated, and you were acting like they weren't. It's not just rote memorization.
Okay, no.
It is the ability to learn
I said
included in that.
they
It's
were
not just a one prong
okay.
thing.
Jewel, I know you're 5 beers in, but that I literally said, of course, intelligence. If you do well on the SAT, it means you have learned a lot. And obviously, if you can learn a lot, that is very indicative that you have the ability to learn, you have a high IQ, you learn stuff. Okay.
You didn't exactly say that, but sure.
It is tangential. You use the word correlational, but it is not it is not an IQ test. It's how much you know.
I'm not saying it's
Joel.
an
I have
exact
to agree. I have to agree with Stanley on here, and I think that there is a miscommunication, not between you two, but between society.
Oh, there's a
and
miscommunication between us. If a
Well,
black
yeah,
man
for
says
sure,
it,
for
if
sure.
a black man says it, she needs to go to a white man to confirm. That's.
I mean, hey, look, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I appreciate that. You forget I'm a racist.
Okay, well, all I have to say is generally, if I offer a strong opinion, I'm pretty sure of what I say.
Well, that's the thing too, though. Education and intelligence is. You may have different distributions among the races, but education and intelligence. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jewel. Stanley is probably smarter than I am. I wouldn't even say probably. I ain't even gonna say it. Fuck you, Stanley.
The deal is The deal is there is a certain amount of look. Being 60 is going to give you a bit of an advantage anyway, because not only have I had time to learn all this stuff, I've had time to relearn, I've had time to test theories. It's just an advantage being older.
Yeah. And that's definitely what gives
For
you the
sure.
edge. And anybody who is of Stanley's, even if me and Stanley have the same IQ, right? Anybody who would have an IQ similar to ours and is older will be wiser just because, well, that's not necessarily true, but just raw statistically speaking, and just in life
Yeah,
in
in
general,
general.
most of the time, they will be more intelligent because they have been able to learn a theory and apply the theory, learn the evidence, learn whatever you want to call it, and actually
Well,
apply
and,
it.
and not only that, you've also had time to relearn it.
Yeah, because you do forget a lot, especially in your younger years.
Exactly.
From your younger years, you forget a lot, and then you have to retouch up on the basics. But much love, you guys. Y'all have a good
All
one.
right.
It was awesome
Take it
talking to
easy.
y'all.
It's good
Much
talking.
love. Peace out,
Stanley,
bro.
do you mind putting your Cash App in the back? I want to send you a few shekels.
Oh wow. Well, aren't you nice? I think it's it's in the crawl here. Yeah, I'll put it in the back. That's sweet of you. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm a brokey, so I can't send much. But a rising tide lift all
Well, let me
boats, and
put it,
we
let me
go to
put it
get
to you
we.
this way. I should have been like everybody needs to be hitting the like button anyway. I did a 12-hour, and then now I'm up to like right at 5 hours. I'm in Savannah, and I just didn't have much to do, so I've been hanging out online all day. So the bottom line is I'm old. I'm visiting my father, and I don't have anything to do in Savannah, so I've just been online all day. So it's much appreciated, Orthodox.
Well, a rising tide lift all boats. We grow together, we share together, we help each other, and we create a better society and community while doing so. We can bitch, argue, and insult
We
each other
and
at
we
all time as long as we build with one another. That's my goal.
and we educate
Amen.
along the way.
Exactly.
We sure educated a certain young lady on the panel tonight.
I'm not gonna throw salt in that one.
Hey, I didn't name names.
Whatever.
Sorry, darling. No hard feelings.
No, it's fine. I was saying that things were interrelated before, and Stanley was saying no, but then he said yes. So it's whatever. It's however he presented
Is
it
that
to
is that
you.
is that
To
how
have
you
it.
remember it, Miss Five Beers?
I will re-listen to it sober tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll let you know.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be back on in the morning. Call in and tell us how your hangover is.
I'll be fine.
You sure? I
Yeah.
don't need to
It's
call
only
you a
5 beers.
cab. I don't need to call you a cab to get you from the couch to your bed, do you?
No, I'm totally fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking. It was good talking
Now,
to both of you.
now
Thank you,
she's gonna
Joe.
leave. She's gonna leave mad.
I don't think
No,
she's
I'm
mad.
not. I'm
Can you
not.
confirm? Can you confirm you got that, Stanley?
Hold on one second.
Cash App is not my
Awesome.
friend, and it doesn't like to send it to the proper person sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's a good chance though.
Yeah, I did. Thank you so
All right.
much.
No problem. Again, I'm a brokey. When I get rich, I'll send everybody $1,000. But I'm
Yeah,
a
me
brokey.
too.
When you get rich, what you need to do is we need to do a trip to Charleston and retrace the steps of Rufalo.
You know what? That is where you beat me. I do not know who that is, but I am definitely
Oh
down. We
wait,
will do that.
you didn't know Ruby and Lolo and Ava went to Charleston.
No, I didn't know that.
Really? How on earth did you not know that?
I
Yeah, they
have
went
been
like
I
2
have
or
been
3 days.
streaming so much I haven't paid attention to really anything else other than networking and trying to grow, trying to network, and just trying to have fun.
Okay, well, no, I watched a little bit of it. Slick Rick
Now I
wants
feel
to.
bad.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's all online. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me put this link in the back for you. This is her after. Like this is, I think it's from today. But I don't know. To be honest, Orthodox, I think I'm just gonna chalk it up to age. It really wasn't my thing. I just, it was nice seeing the young people having a good time, but it wasn't like, I don't know. I just didn't get a whole lot of excitement. I didn't feel the need to sit there and watch every minute of them walking around downtown Charleston in the rain.
Oh no, I'm definitely with you on that. I don't like watching anybody walking around a lot, but I do like seeing people have fun and do interesting things. But just walking, that's crazy. Brian Nichols, if you want that $1,000 when I get rich from YouTube and from being a hard worker and all that, you're gonna have to be a content creator that's part of the network or part of the people that I F with. All right, I'm just gonna be real with you. I ain't giving everybody a chat. I ain't Oprah now.
He should set up a foundation.
I like funny shit. I like grown shit. I like.
Doesn't YouTube have a content creator like academy or something?
It does, but I think it's more so they can justify the TOS, the things they do with TOS, so they can quote unquote educate you and teach you how to stay on top of trends. But I gotta bounce, Stanley. You have a wonderful night,
All right.
man.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's see. What is
Peace out, man.
Why does Slick Rick want to see Bob's show? As a matter of fact, let's see. This is Bob Live. What? Oh, you know what? Art is there. I really ought to go in his chat and fuck with him.
Gorilla Grip. Was made in the best factory in Japan.
Let's see. Why am I bringing up Bob?
Are these niggas doing steroids? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, T is over there. All these people are over there. Bob's is the new hangout.
I heard about that.
Here, I'll put you on mute. So, what am I looking for, Slick Rick? Is there anything in particular I should be looking for?
Also, if you got something to add to the conversation and you want to say it, come up.
Oh, fuck all that. You know what? Here's the deal. As much as I love Bob, I don't go over to CT's show that much because I just kind of gotten, 9 people up talking about shit I'm not particularly interested in. Bob is kind of like the annex, right?
Love our supporters, and go ahead.
I don't give a fuck about any of these guys.
Hey Bob, man, let me ask y'all something, right?
Ghetto ass commercial. I gotta get better with that. He put me on blast. Go ahead.
You gotta get better with
these guys.
So,
these guys are so sincere. It's like, the sincerity is charming.
Here for the T, LG. They could just sit here. You know what I'm saying? They just sit here, chill until they, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what do you want? Why can't all the other ones do that?
Who the fuck is this?
Isn't that what you wanted, Bob? Why isn't it happening?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Art.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that we're having a clash of generations here. I think that Blue Jay and King Shinard see you as new kids on the block, and maybe a little bit maybe a little bit taken aback that you guys have achieved a level of prominence. I think you have
A
power
level of prominence.
to get rid of people who have been around these YouTube streets for a while, and I think it rubs them the wrong way. I mean, you guys are fairly new amongst a lot of us around here, and you guys have
Rewind
already
10
achieved
minutes.
magnificence,
What
albeit on
happened
a
to
small
10 minutes
channel.
ago? Let's see. 10.
So I can understand their anger to a degree, but make
No. This is a gel fired Nerf gun.
Is this where I need to be, Slick Rick? Oh, King Shenard. Okay. So King Shenard is what I need to be looking for.
Question, because I didn't
No,
answer.
she keeps on saying
American
Anything
man.
you can have it where it'll set up. Somebody can type in a command, or it'll do it every. You can set it up for every 1 minute, every 10 minutes, every hour, every 2 hours.
What about poll?
I don't know if it does polls. I haven't used it for that. But do you know how to set up a poll on YouTube?
No, he needs to do that. But we need to set up a poll.
Setting up a poll on YouTube is easy. Whichever one of y'all owns the channel, or whoever has mod settings on the channel, go to the actual stream, and beside the chat there will be a plus sign. You hit that plus sign, it'll give you an option for several different polls and other things to interact with the chat. You can do a Q&A or a poll. I can't remember if there's any more options, but you should be able to type it in. You should be, yes, that is on the chat itself. Like if you were going to look at somebody else's chat, just go to not chat, video, just go look at this video. Whichever one of y'all has control, and y'all can set up a poll that way.
It's after
I don't know if Nightbot does polls. It might, but somebody has to go on the web browser and do it. But if you're looking for that, I can find you one. Okay. I just forgot that, and that way y'all can drop y'all's cash apps
ahead to the king
and everything without having
majorly attacked. So I respect him for that. And they don't know the story, but yet they want to say that I just thirsty, like I can't get sex in Utah if I want. It's like, what? It's just weird.
Sex in Utah?
Heard everything you said. I have a little I understand. Bob, have you ever dug in your nose while AT? See, this is the type of stuff where you're denigrating my profession, man. Like, I do this stuff. The answer is no. But, I mean, how do you come up with a question like that? Who is this guy, by the way? You guys ever heard of this guy? What's his name? Che African or something?
I
don't
think
know this guy.
He looks familiar. He looks cool.
Looks like a good
All right, yo. I want y'all to guess how old Lead is. He's 50 years old. Right? 50 years old. I already got
What does that mean, sir? What does that mean?
And he's playing these little games, right? Let me explain.
How old are you, by the way?
33. When he first came around, right? He was putting on this image that he's pro black or pro whatever, right? And every time I do a show, every time I do a show on CT's channel, on his other channel, this clown will come up. I even thought it was weird, like, why does this dude keep coming up every time I'm on doing a show on CT's other channel, right?
That's how we feel about you. I think it's weird that every time we're doing something, here you come interjecting. Do you know how that feels? Do you feel that? No, you shut up, nigga.
That was like pro black too.
Listen,
you had the power, right?
All right, just
no. I just want him to see how.
Yo, Bob, can you throw him in the back, bro? Just throw him
I can't be thrown in the back, sir. I cannot be thrown in the back.
I don't understand why you can't just shut up.
He's a made guy. I can't,
No. I got to teach him a lesson.
Oh my God, you need to stop with that.
Artists, you know what? My opinion of artists changing.
If they don't come back, they don't come back. If they die, they die. If she dies, she dies.
If she dies, she dies.
Bob,
sir. Hey,
we're
did you see the shorts I made of you, by the way?
Of me?
Yeah.
No, I've been here since.
Okay. When you get a chance, I mean, you were perfect. I got some more, but it's the.
Was it good though? Was it a good one? Because
it was. You were sitting there, and then she said, "I'm fit. My husband's 70 years old."
Oh, I like that one.
Whoa.
I showed y'all.
Did you get the part where I was like, let me process this. I never laugh at myself, and I never watch myself.
I got that one. I got when you said your combined age is 120. You guys should be like planning weddings, not or funerals or something.
Yeah. That was pretty funny.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
What's up, Lawrence? No, if y'all want to bring them back, y'all got the button too, but I just don't understand. Skywalker. Once again tonight, right? We were having a beautiful conversation about gender wars. We were developing and we were warming up. Huh?
Say we weren't even talking about none of this shit.
Yeah, we weren't talking about not this. This guy comes up who says he doesn't think about race. The same guy that chastised Bill Allen that night. This is all I know of him. I don't know this guy. I know Blue Jay a little bit, but I'm starting to learn that she defends JP and she defends King Artar. So I'm starting to learn that she's against certain blacks. And she'll defend certain other blacks. Now the blacks that she defend might be against my narrative. You get what I'm saying?
You don't know Blue Jay. You can't just
brought him back. All right, bring Blue Jay back. Bring his jack off back. Let her jack him off. Yep, there you go.
I'm not going to tolerate sexual harassment.
Respectfully, Art, you could be a little more respectful, buddy.
Yeah,
come on, Art. You could be a little more respectful.
I'm a grown fucking woman. I have 3 children. Fuck you, Art.
She's been supporting.
I don't care if we die.
Chaotic Truth says, hold on. Chaotic Truth says, hold on. Chaotic Truth says, Blue Jay, what do you think Shanar's breast smells like at 5:37 a.m.?
Sure, it's just peachy. See, that's the kind of stuff Chaotic asks. He has normal, just appropriate.
See how KCT is bandwagon.
I was being playful too.
No, I defend CT. So yeah, no.
And I asked to bring you back, and I said in a playful way. That's funny. I asked to bring you back in a playful way, but now that's
You're not playful.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
You think it's gonna end up being the 3 of you?
Really
Every show's gonna be the 3 of you.
Why did you ask her that question?
Like just the guys podcast,
Why did you ask her
something like
that?
that.
You started this shit. That's why you're laughing.
No, ask Chaotic why he asked that question. Say Chaotic. No, say Chaotic. Chaotic. Why did you ask that question?
He asked Blue Jay who.
Bob, have you ever?
He asked Blue Jay who was telling the truth, me or C. You asked that question, bro. You start.
I've never seen this. These are gel-fired Nerf guns.
Palomino, are you serious?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like this. No, it's not good gel.
Funny and make lighthearted of a situation that's already raised.
Yeah, I'm about to buy this one.
He's trying to soften it.
Start shooting my daughters with it.
Yeah, I've seen.
Look at this one.
Having them little wars. Yeah, they be having them little wars. That's a water gun, ain't it?
No. This is a gel-fired Nerf gun.
Oh.
This one shoots 5 at a time.
Yo, it's 11:49 right now. What are you doing?
70.
In the toy section.
What did they got in there? Is that a
what is that?
I mean, does it bother you, King Shinar?
No, just what's the question? I'm curious.
Does it bother you?
It's a little loud, you know.
The noise is
right, so
yeah, it's annoying.
Go ahead.
We
go
went
ahead
from
read
talking
that, Art.
about tethers, what a tether is, to all this, right?
Go ahead and read that, Art.
We were having a nice conversation.
I put that. Wait, hold on. Which one? Oh, we were having a nice conversation.
You guys move like snails, man.
We were having a nice conversation.
Yo, that's Bob, you gotta change. You gotta set some rules, man. Because I know you created.
We set the rules already. We set the rules. You don't follow them.
To you, right?
No,
the first rule, Bob, should be banning King Shinar.
Skywalker is not doing a good job at it.
Yeah, not cut out for this.
I tried to. I tried to, but y'all won't even let me read none of the things when it pops up.
I'm not doing a good job at this,
Y'all
bro.
won't let
There
me.
he goes if you say you
Y'all
won't
won't
let me,
me.
that means you're not leading correctly.
You literally.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
They say now they're gonna cry about it when they come back. Watch them cry.
That's called discipline. That's called
You're
discipline.
You're really not leading in the right way. But now
That's
they're gonna cry
called
about it when they
discipline.
come
Yeah.
back, right? You know what I'm saying? But
They don't
anyway,
like discipline.
K.I. the Truth says, Bob, I try to leave people up here, but you know it was this. Bob, have you ever had a trans co-pilot, Bob?
No, and I mean, can we ban this guy, this live, whatever he is?
Who is that? Who is that?
It's, I don't know, some troll or something.
I don't know, but I think he's all right. He's good people. It seems like
He has like 12.
asking some decent questions. He's asking pretty good questions.
He reminds me of the greatest. He reminds me of the greatest of all time, but he's asking questions as if he's like. No, I'm just joking.
I don't know who that guy is. He's a troll
I
or
don't
something.
know.
I don't know.
Hey, can we talk sports for a minute, guys? Because it's all guys
For
up here.
Really? All right, let's go. Skywalker, this is your. Go ahead.
Yo, how did they rank LeBron number 2 and Kobe number 11? One of you got to explain that madness to me. Listen, no one.
You want to know how they did
No
that?
one.
I can tell you how they did it.
Why, Bob?
Oh, I can tell you how. They just went to a computer and they.
Thank you.
Hold up.
Go ahead, Bob.
What's the highest level mathematics you believe Shenard is? What does that say?
It says, Art, what's the highest level of mathematics you believe Shenard is proficient in?
Is proficient in.
Monkey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Monkey.
5th grade.
Monkey.
Yeah. Mathematics? Yeah, 5th grade. Hey, CT, if that's you.
So, Rick, is that what you wanted me to have a look at? It's pretty anticlimactic. So, unless it gets better than this, I'm ready to say uncle. I am, because I'm going to have to come back at 5:45 or 6 in the morning. So I'm going to call this quits. A girl for security, for family. High BC implies infidelity, which is really bad for families and kids. Oh, okay. Well, if there's some fireworks I get to see.
I told you all these tap dancers, they do drugs and shit.
What is a tap dancer? Sorry, can you define it?
Drug addict.
Can you define a tap dancer, please? Please, you got the floor. No, in definition, give me your best. Give me an example. Hold on, I'm gonna give you an assignment because, give me. This is your assignment, please. You got to turn in your paper right now.
Say it again.
What is define a tap dancer? This is how you start off the sentence. A tap dancer is a person who. Now go.
This dude is weird, man.
Hold on.
That's crazy. I gave him the floor. And
You gave him the stage. This nigga's weird.
Because
man.
I'll say what I really want to say. You're gonna throw me in the back again.
No,
I gave you the stage.
I'm gonna start off the sentence again.
I just had you full screen. Let me try it again. Go ahead.
So, a tap dancer is a person
Bob,
who.
you gotta really talk.
No, Sonar. A tap dancer is a person who go.
Because we all know you created this channel because you need
a tap dancer is a person who.
This is therapy, bro. You gotta tell this clown to stop throwing people in the back. Stop muting people.
Shanar. Yeah, this is gonna be them. And I'm not. Watch, it'll just
and then
be
lying about it.
Come.
You gotta really talk to this dude, man. Because I'm telling you, if you run this shit properly, you'll get a lot of cash apps. Cash apps will roll in. But for some reason, you can't see it. And I know Bob is agreeing with me right now. He knows what I'm
Well,
talking
yeah, and Bob said he wants women up here. We're not tolerating that shit.
about. Skywalker,
Talk
you
about,
gotta
you
sit
need to
back.
suck someone's dick.
You gotta sit back, relax, stop looking in the chat, stop trying to antagonize people like Blue Jay, stop asking questions that like just to get a reaction.
Shut the fuck up, man. Don't tell me what to do, man.
And
Hey,
Art,
you too, Blue
you
Jay.
might
Shut
want
the
to check
fuck up,
yourself
Blue
with
Jay.
LG.
Blue Jay.
You're
Just
clearly,
talk, Blue Jay. Leave me alone. Leave me out of it. I'm letting
I'm
you
not talking
talk
about
and you're
you.
steady. See, listen,
Talking
let
to
me
Art.
tell you something. Look
Nobody's
what you're
talking to
doing.
you.
Every time he says something, you said, yeah, Skywalker. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I
Yeah,
didn't say
Bob.
Skywalker. I said Art.
Okay, Blue Jay.
Every time.
Attack
I said Art
dancer,
might want to
attack
check
dancer.
yourself
Hold
with
on, Blue
LG
Jay.
because
Can
it's
you,
clear
Blue
he's
Jay.
flirting with
Hold
you.
on, Blue Jay.
They're both
Blue Jay.
married.
Listen, Blue
Blue
Jay,
Jay.
do this. Blue Jay, do this. Can you say something without agreeing with Shinar? Anything,
Yes, Gary.
what
You're
you
a
want to
retarded
say.
person. I'm not
Pick a
going to humor you.
topic. Listen, pick a topic right now. Any topic in the world. Anything you want to talk about.
Yeah, we
right
disagree
now.
on religion. There, are you happy?
Okay, then let's talk
Okay,
about
cool.
disagreeing on religion. Something
You
that
know
might
what?
have to do with him.
Roz
Okay?
just made
So
a
anything
really
I agree
good
with you're off
point.
limits? That is weird. Like, why?
No,
Like,
that's listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Let's try not to say something after he says something every time. Let's try that.
I
How
don't
about
agree with
that?
him on how he feels about CT. You haven't noticed? I think you just pick and
one
choose.
time. That's one time. That's what I'm saying. Let's minimize
No,
it.
it's not one time. You haven't been here. You don't even know. I've had a lot of
What was it, Stanley?
5 and 6 hours. Hold up. I've been here 6
Take it
hours.
easy,
I'm not
Jewel.
talking about today. I'm talking about for years.
I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know.
You said she made a good point. Which one?
Oh yeah, she said women ought to stay off of men's panels after dark.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I actually think she's right. You know, these guys, and I don't, these guys actually seem like they're not drinking at all. But, you know, a lot of times after dark, you know, these guys are, you know, getting a little inebriated and, you know, they get a little loose. So I think Roz is a wise woman.
Yeah.
No,
Certain people probably really shouldn't.
I'll be
Can't
right
even
back.
give people. Okay, you can't even give people the damn floor. When you give people the floor, they don't want to talk, or they want to talk about someone else. You know what I'm saying? Let these people.
I don't know what the fuck you want right now, but you think people are stupid, man.
Let these people
Alright,
defend themselves. What's up, Art? Or what's up, Esau?
Not much. Just getting off work on my way home.
You can't come up?
I'm in my truck.
We don't care. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't drive with my light on the whole way home.
No, turn the light. Okay. Turn it off. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me
My
ask
bad.
Savage a question. Savage, does race exist? Do you think race
See,
exists?
you see what I'm saying? This is a man that doesn't care about.
And she wants to come up here and defend this shit.
Shut up,
You
man.
see this
I'm
shit?
not talking to you.
The first
All right,
thing
but
you
I'm not
said,
talking.
you're
Yo, act like
savage.
a host.
So what?
Act like a host, clown.
I know. Go ahead, Esau.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. So I just got off work. I'm driving home from working. So I saw you guys were on. So I thought I would pop up and say hello.
I have to say, Blue Jay's pretty cute.
Yeah, I went.
Yo, Bob, you gotta. This dude is trash, man. You gotta get rid of him, bro.
I went and did.
Hey, psych. Hold up. 1 minute. Whoever's in the back, cam up, please, and leave your camera on.
Hey, shout out to DMville, man. Shout out to you. I see you in the chat.
Like you can't just sit back, relax, and let the cash apps flow. You can't even do that.
Don't worry about it.
Bro, that dude is such a girl, bro.
Yeah.
I know he ain't a man. He can't be a man.
At all.
He can't be a man. And this girl,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, we're not you. We're not talking about you, sir.
Not you, Esau.
Oh, I know you're not talking about me, but what you are talking about. I'm telling you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, we talking about
No, he's trying to say he warned us. He warned us about this shit. But
We're talking about practice. We're talking about practice.
There we go.
Go ahead, Esau.
But yeah, I got off work at my day job, and then went and helped out some Orthodox Jews, and then from there I went and helped out a really nice older black couple that had a service call, and I just got done with that. Got their power back on, so
good job, man. Appreciate it. Good job.
I'm on my way home to sleep for 3 hours and go back to work.
Working hard. Go ahead and do your service announcement, Art. You ain't even did the service announcement.
Oh, let him talk. Let me breathe real quick. I got to get it together.
Yeah,
let him talk.
I get up at 4:30.
Give me a second.
Tomorrow's going to be rough. But yeah, how was your guys' day?
It's been going good.
What you want to bring? What you want to say? What you want to bring? I know you've been listening for a couple hours, or maybe an hour, or what?
Okay, so Rick, is this the end of Shenard's?
Getting shocked by this lady's service, and it sucked. And I didn't have my phone on me because I was getting shocked. So I got off.
I don't give a fuck about Savage. Is that the end of the festivities, Rick? Okay. Well, all right, folks. Well, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be back around 6 in the morning, but I do need to, if I'm going to do that, I need to be wrapping it up now. Jewel, thank you for being up here. It's been a while.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good night.
I enjoyed it.
Peace and one love for everyone.
I may not be the coach that you
Yep.
want me to be.
And folks, I will be back at 5:45 or 6 or so in the morning, Eastern time. Please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. And you know what? This is like 17 and a half hours. This is like Navy hours. So I'm gonna hit my rack and be back up on watch in the morning. So take it easy, folks. And by the way, make sure you support this host. This host put in some hours today. So it is getting towards the weekend, and I'm sure I'm going to have a couple Bud Lights over the weekend. So see everybody in the morning. Everybody sleep well. Ooh, look at this. Did I not set that?
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.